Audio is not on. Now it's on.
Est-ce que si je parle là?
Okay, this works. Good morning, everyone. I hope you slept well, or at least slept. Welcome to NA1 United Nations Geneva. I'm Yas, the main chair of this NA, and I welcome you to Geneva. And maybe before starting, I just want to give you a quick glimpse from the past of the last NA in Geneva. It was at that time still called NP. And this was unfortunately the first victim in ESN Switzerland of COVID. The NA was then turned online. So I'm really glad that we're back in Geneva now and actually making it in person. So yeah, without further ado, I'll leave it to Arnaud for the welcome speech.
Hello, everyone. Hey, everyone. Hello, dear friends. Hello, dear future friends after tonight's social program, I'm sure. It is a huge honor for me to welcome you in this city of Calvin, as we call it here in Geneva. I never thought I would be speaking here in Geneva for an NA in Geneva, because Geneva is actually where I studied. This is where I joined ESN. So it is a huge honor for me to have the possibility to talk here. Yeah, for me, it's insane because I think actually my first class was in this room. Maybe it was. I have a few people, a few insiders in this class that that were in the same class as me, and I think we started here. So it's such a beautiful coincidence. This is also the first time that I met exchange students in Switzerland. This is a lot of first times that happen actually in this city. So it is a huge pleasure to be with you and to share this experience with you. Yeah, I also started my ESN journey here. I mean, it's quite obvious since I studied here. And it's also really funny for me to see a lot of faces from the past, a few faces that actually enrolled me into this beautiful journey. And that, yeah, I remember back then in 2020 when I wanted to join ESN just for going to parties. That was my absolutely goal. And now look at me. And this is actually really funny because I think a lot of people in this room will probably experience the same journey, that they probably joined just to organize events, just to go to parties. And it's very likely that one day you will also be on this side of the table. At least that's what I wish you, because it's been quite a journey for me since the year I started ESN in 2020, and now I'm a complete different person on so many levels. To be honest, I don't even recognize myself since 2020. Yeah. I also want to say a huge thank you to a few people. First of all, to all of you, the ESN sections from ESN Switzerland, but also from beyond Switzerland. Without you, this NA would be really lame. Uh, and it's always a pleasure to see all of you attending, all of you being present during the plenaries, but also outside of the plenaries. So thank you a lot for attending and taking some time, some precious time to be present here. Thank you also to all the national board and the national level who helped in the organization of this event, to help preparing the documents, to help preparing everything for this NA to go smoothly. I also want to mention Sandrine, who was also helping in the process. I also want to thank all of our amazing international guests. I'm so proud of you. You already were very integrated, I think, in the NA from what I saw yesterday in the social program. And it's always a pleasure to have all of you being present. You're really bringing a lot to this NA. And that's what makes our NA so special, I think, as well. I also want to thank our chairing team, this crazy team that worked yesterday until very late to make sure that everything is running smoothly today. So a huge thank you to the chairing team. But my biggest thank you today is to ESN Geneva and TDOC, because when I see these faces that I may join the ESN, and now I see that they're preparing an NA, that they're beyond the DJ booth, at the social program, that they're serving beers at the social program, but that they're also here, that they're also helping that the NA works perfectly. For me, it's really an achievement, and I really want to thank you. I'm really proud of you, ESN Geneva, for making this happen, to have finally an NA happening in Geneva. So thank you a lot to the OC and to the charity team, to the ESN Geneva. And yeah, I will not talk too much more because we will have a lot of things happening today. Also, an amazing Kaya will go just after me. But I want to officially do one thing, which is open the NA. So with that being said, I officially open the NA1 in Geneva. Thank you a lot.
All right, Kaya, you're up next. You can unmute. Can you test?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just. Okay, you can go. I just stopped the one.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I love this by Arno. Such a full circle moment for him and also for ESN Switzerland meeting again in Geneva. Thank you also to the National Board and for inviting me here to give this speech, even if this is online. I wish I could be there with you. I think maybe hopefully during this year, I can join you for one of your events. It's really an honor for me. I'm very excited to be joining, even if this is online, for this first National Assembly of ESN Switzerland this weekend. I think when we meet at ESN, the notion is important to reflect why we are here and also what brings us together as a network. And I think the theme of United Nations perfectly actually embodies what ESN is about, and it is about connecting people from diverse backgrounds, from nationalities and cultures, and fostering this sense of community. So supporting international students, knowing each other as volunteers, and also fostering this sense of understanding and exchange. And I hope this theme will really guide you through this National Assembly, but not only, also through your ESN journey, as Arno has mentioned about his, keeping this ESN spirit in mind. And this year is a very relevant for us, for you, but also for the whole ESN network. So we are at a turning point, and this weekend is also a great example of that, with some of important elections that are happening for you, including your new communication manager elections. So good luck to the candidates. We'll also be voting on the 2025. We'll also be shaping the foundation for your next 3-year strategy. And even if those might seem as routine votings, those are also your opportunities to shape the future of your organization. And also guide it in the direction that you would like to, that you think that would be the perfect direction for ESN Switzerland. Also on the international level, this year we are creating the long-term strategy for the whole Erasmus student network. And through all your contribution, we can actually shape the future of the network with the volunteers and also for the volunteers. And I think that's super exciting to be in the network during this period, because we have the power and we have the chance to actually shape the future of our dearest organization that really provides us with all the opportunities for self-development, for enriching society, for supporting international students. And this is what we do every day, and we want to continue doing that in the best way possible. I think ESN Switzerland and Switzerland has a very unique position and a special one in the network. You are in the heart of Europe and bridging cultures and ideas. And this really, again, mirrors perfectly what ESN stands for: connecting individuals, connecting communities across borders. And I have to also say here that I've been truly impressed with your dedication and your efforts to rejoin the Erasmus Plus program. And I do believe that those efforts are now paying off, and with just a final push that we can see the results. And this, your work has been truly the most important piece of the puzzle in this process. And it's also a perfect example of what we can achieve as a network and as a united network. So with that, I also do not want to take too much of your time. I know that you have many fruitful discussions ahead of you, so I do wish that those will be fruitful, that you will also have a chance to connect with each other, to make new friends, to really maybe spark some ideas for your future as a volunteer. I remember I was also a local representative. I was also a local president. I was joining those discussions, and it was always sometimes it was stressful, sometimes it was scary. I sometimes I haven't had no idea what was happening, but I remember this dedication that was really driving all the participants of national assemblies together to really reach the same goal, to really just continue shaping the future of the organization. I really hope that you will also have some chances to spark some cooperation amongst your sections, and ultimately to just shape the future of ESN Switzerland, but also shape and contribute to the future of ESN as a whole, and that we can all make a positive change. So please enjoy, connect with each other, engage, enjoy the discussions that you will have. So best of luck to everyone, to the chairing team, to the national board, to all the candidates, also to the organizing committee. I hope that this will be an exciting experience for you, and enjoy this weekend, and hopefully also see you around.
Right. Okay, this works. Thanks a lot, Kaya, for the kind speech. It was really nice having someone from the international board with us. And we wish you a really great weekend. And we will now move on to how this NA works. Kaya? Okay. So the rules of the game. As some of you have never attended NA before, I'll go through them quickly. So there are certain rules that people need to abide by at the NA to make it go smoothly and make it such that the NA is structured. So first of all, you need to raise one hand for a question. If you have a reaction to something that's said, please raise two fingers, and this actually allows you to be put in front as the next speaker in line, because you're reacting to the same topic. Raise one finger for procedural comment. This again puts you even higher on the speakers list. Procedural comments are basically anything that relates to how the NA is going. So for example, let's say that the mic is not working. This is something that you can do as a procedural comment. You raise one finger and then you say, sorry, the mic is not working. So we try to fix it. So yeah. You'll be added to the speakers list. So the speakers list are the people that are going to be speaking and the order of them. And then please wait for us to call your name out in order for you to say whatever you want to say. In terms of gestures as well, we have two favorite gestures. In order to not clap all the time, we do this. And then if you want to ask for silence, we just raise two hands. And this also allows you to, move a bit. And one more thing regarding the questions. So we're gonna continue doing question rounds with Slido. It's an web app where we can collect different questions, different inputs from the audience. And so we'll ask you to use that at all times. We'll put the QR code after each presentation so that you can have access to it. So in order to ask a question, 2 steps. Write down your question by putting your name and section, and then your question. And then this would add you to the speakers list. And then when the time for you to speak comes, you will be given a mic and you'll be able to give your question, to ask your question. Why is this so important? Why do we do this double instead of just asking a question? Because this makes the life of the CT much easier. We can follow a bit more what type of questions are going to be asked. And this then allows us to also type it down in the minutes. Thank you a lot for cooperating on this. I know it's a bit tedious, but it's okay. And also, just this is what the interface looks like. 2 ways to put your name. You either put it down there in the box. You just create your profile. You put name and section, or you can put it in the question directly. So yeah, this is what it looks like. Next up, when you speak, again, same thing. Please state your name and section. We will call you out if you don't. Be clear and concise. Don't go overboard. This is also why we ask you to write down your questions, because then this concentrates also your thoughts. And we'll only allow 1 question at a time per person. And if you have multiple questions, you'll be asked then to be put back in speakers list, but towards the end, so that everybody gets a chance to ask questions. In terms of respect and inclusivity, this is a very important values. These are important values of ESN Switzerland, and we want that to be respected at this event. Please be respectful towards each other in any sort of situation. Please remember to speak English. We are a very diverse country with multiple languages. If we all start speaking our own language, it's gonna be completely antisocial. So, and please use also inclusive language when possible. And finally, please remember the code of conduct. We have a code of conduct in ESN Switzerland that kind of dictates the certain values and behaviors that we don't tolerate in ESN, and we ask you to abide by them. And in terms of the no, okay. I'll get back to the contact points later, but basically you'll have a contact point for the NA, and I'll put them again afterwards. But it will be me, Daniel, from the national level. He's also in the OC, and then Augustin, where is he? He's here. And Augustin, the head of OC. So I'll put back, yes. Name and section. Yes, and Switzerland, and yes. If you want to, Daniel, if you want to talk to a girl, you also have Agathe here. The very masculine point of contact at the moment. Okay.
We're having a stream.
No, go for it.
So Daniel, ESN Switzerland. If you want to talk to a girl, you can also contact Agathe at any point.
Yeah. So maybe we'll add also her contact in the different, yeah. Anyways, let's move on. Now onto the formalities of the NA. At NAs, we also vote. This is the deciding body of ESN Switzerland. So a lot of votes happen. Why is this not working? Now it's working. So each section gets one vote. In terms of majorities that we use simple majority unless otherwise stated. We'll tell you which majorities we'll be using for each vote when we do the votes. And it's going to be a secret vote if it's a personal vote. So if you vote on a person. So it's a public vote if we vote on a section, for example, unless you request otherwise. I talked about the code of conduct. Again, respect each other. And here are the point of contacts. I don't know why the voting rules will put before, but it's okay. So yeah, we add to this list Agathe. You can find her name in the Telegram group. She's been texting you, I think, a lot about accommodation. So I think you'll find her. And now we get to introduce the CT. I've been talking a lot, so maybe we'll talk some more. So who am I? I'm Yas. My motto or the way I live is, I guess, I'm vibing my way through life. And this is actually something that is also present in my Telegram handle. If you see it, my Telegram handle is I vibe and float. The floating part is the picture on this on my left side. Swimming is one of my favorite sports. And I've been in ESN for quite a while, a bit more than 5 years now. I started in ESN EPF Lausanne. I put ESN Lausanne because it's a big family, so let's. Oof, okay, I see faces behind. But yeah, I've done quite a lot of things in ESN, whether it is on a local level, on a national level, and now as CT. A bit of a fun fact: the picture that I showed you of the NA that was put online, I was also main chair of that. So I actually never main chaired an in-person NA. And it's a bit of a full circle moment now that I managed to be back in Geneva for an actual in-person NA and sharing this. So it's really cool. And how to make me like you? A lot of different things. Make me discover new music. I love music. Food, yes. And I love socks. I love colorful socks. And also very important, very, very important, sing I Want It That Way the right way. I guess people might understand this. If not, up your TV series culture.
Hi. Hi. So, oh, nice. I can stand up. So,
it doesn't usually.
sorry. So I'm Agrippine. A random fact about me, I have one like longer than the other one. If you tell me which one, you have a present, promise. So I started my journey in ESN in September 22. ESN Lausanne, apparently, as active member. So I had quite a few positions at the local level, body system manager and welcoming coordinator. And since July, I'm editor of Uni Lausanne and liaison officer for institutional domain at ESN Switzerland. And today I'm going to be a vice chair. So how to make me like you? It's super simple. Just be super smiley. And that's perfect. Also offer me some food because it's important. And yeah, I don't like animals, so don't talk to me about animals. Expect like your mascots and human beings. And that's it. Thank you for being here.
Okay, so hi everyone. I am Nelly.
I've been in ESN for almost 5 years. What?
A
A bit closer?
Yeah.
Okay. Just, this is not made for short people. I am I used to be actually the vice president of ESN Bulgaria for the past 2 years, but my journey started on the local level. First as an active member at my local section, ESN UNWE. It's a section in Sofia, the capital city of Bulgaria. I used to be the communications manager and then the president. So 2 consecutive mandates in the local board. I joined the national board as the vice president. And as I keep saying in everywhere I go, it's one of the best and most challenging things in my life to be on the national board. I highly recommend it. Nevertheless, it's a journey. And effective August this year, I joined the international level of ESN as the General Assembly Training Secretary. So basically, I am the person behind the computer, both here and at the General Assemblies of ESN International. Something else that I would like to highlight is that I am a proud member of the Educate community. So here I have a fellow educator. I have chaired a lot of almost, I think, 10 national assemblies, different roles. It's been a long journey since 2019 when I joined. I am usually the person who makes content all the time. And to give you an idea, I have 2 phones. I have 2 phones. So yeah, this is the thing with social media, doing professionally social media. How to make me like you? It's not very hard, but take me to the most Instagrammable coffee shop that there is in your city. I'm most probably gonna know it already, but you know, every coffee shop is appreciated. I guess it's a pattern and something very common in the chairing team of this National Assembly to worship food. So anything food related, I'm down. And just be you, but please just agree to my travel plans, okay? That's perfect. Thank you and see you around. Maybe not meet so much, but
All right. So next up, if I manage, yes, is the OC. OC, can you come to the front, those that are here? You can use the mic. And also, like, you don't see.
yeah, the thing is that there is a camera.
Yeah, so just.
Yeah, this is great.
Hi, everyone. I'm Augustine. I joined ESN a year ago, almost to the day, so I'm very happy to be here now. And I'll be head of OC for this amazing NA. I'm also national event manager on the national level with Leonie, and yeah, I'm sure you'll have a great time here.
Hello. So I'm Daniel, I was introduced before. I'm the project manager of ESN Switzerland at the national board, hence the red, but also the vice head of OC. I'm behind the one, wow. I'm behind the communications that you are receiving. So if you have any question or so on, also tag me. It will be easier for me to see you. But yes, if you have any question about anything organizational related, send it to me. About me in ESN, I'm old. I joined in 2020, February, so it's been some time. Actually, 1 month before the COVID happened and all this online NA. So yeah, don't hesitate to come to me and have fun this weekend.
Hi, my name is Choi Ling, but you can call me Choi. For this NA, I'm going to be head of staff, so not that much involved with you guys, I think, more with you guys. In ESN, I've been in for 2 years now, and this year I'm going to be vice president. I'm vice president of the section.
Hello, I'm Agathe. I'm the head of accommodation. I've been in ESN for 3 years now. and I'm the local representative of ESN Geneva.
Hello, everyone. My name is Benita. I've been a local member of ESN Geneva for almost 3 years now. I'm head of food, and I love sunflowers. So if you see someone asking you food-related questions and it's a sunflower, that's me. Answer, please. And yeah, bon appétit.
Thanks a lot. Beautiful introductions. And now we move on to the serious part already. So first of all, we need to make sure that sections are here. So we need to make a quorum check. And for this, each section should have received like a sort of panel that's your voting device. And the way it's gonna go, I'm gonna ask a question, and then I'm gonna say one of the answers, and then if that answer corresponds to you, please raise your device, and then we'll count you. We'll then have scrutinizers, but for the first one, we need to have the count. Okay, so the quorum check question for Saturday is: should the UN debate putting pineapple on pizza? Yes. For yes, please raise your voting devices. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 for yes. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And who votes abstain? 2. So the count is right. We have 14 sections. Amazing. And but the UN should not debate the putting pineapple on pizza according to this NA. So yeah, thanks a lot for participating. Now, next up, we have the election of the scrutinizers. So scrutinizers make sure that we count the votes right. So generally, this person should not hold a voting device. So ideally, maybe someone from the international guests or someone who has no role. Does anyone propose themselves as scrutinizer or scrutineer, whatever? Okay, Jessica. Wait, ooh. Oh, there are 3. Wow, okay. Fight it out. I don't know. Is it okay if I take so sorry, I forgot your name. Lauren and Diego, right? Yes. Please come to the front. So so we're gonna change quickly the yes, Lauren. No, do you accept? Yeah, sorry. Good.
Can you come for a second?
Just for the spelling of your name. And
yours are north.
Diego. Swiss.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. All right. So the question is, do you accept Lauren Ellis and Diego Doncelin as scrutinizers for this NA? For yes, please raise your voting devices. 14 for yes. For no, please raise your voting devices. For abstain, please raise your voting devices. Okay. So with 14 yes, 0 no, 0 abstain, Lauren and Diego are our scrutinizers. Thanks a lot. Please stay here. We still have some more things. Do you approve us, the CT? For yes, please raise your voting devices. So 14 yes. For no, please raise your voting devices. For abstain, please raise your voting devices. With 0 no, 0 abstain, 14 yes. The CT is approved. Thanks a lot. And now, final. Oh, I've been doing this with so stupid. Now we do have some agenda changes that we want to introduce. So first of all, we are adding to the double track the presentation of the new Hoodspring contract with ESN Switzerland. So this is very important, but at least one person per section will be present at this presentation, so it's all good. So this adds a bit of time and a bit of time in the morning. So this is why we also moved the Energizer to the afternoon. Another thing is that we moved the coffee break a bit earlier and then have the Energizer just after it. And then we created at the end a block of candidacies so that we finish the day in style, I guess. So yeah, in order to approve the agenda, we need to first approve the changes to the agenda. So do you approve the changes to the agenda that I just presented? For yes, please raise your voting devices. $14 yes. For no, please raise your voting devices. For abstain, please raise your voting devices. 0 no, 0 abstain, 14 yes. The agenda changes have been approved, and therefore, now we can approve the agenda. Sorry for these technicalities, but it is the way it should be done. So please raise your voting devices if you approve the agenda. Yeah. 13 yes. For no, please raise your voting devices. For abstain, please raise your voting devices. I knew that was coming. Yes. Okay, with 13 yes, the agenda is approved. And finally, one last vote, I think, for this round. Yes. Do you approve the minutes of NA3 EPF Lausanne? So this is the last NA that happened. For yes, please raise your voting devices. Please keep it up just so that we see. Okay. For no, please raise your voting devices. For abstain, please raise your voting devices too. So with 12 yes, 0 no's, 2 abstains, the minutes of NA3 EPF Lausanne are approved. So now we move on to the double track. So I'll invite the NB to explain a bit what the double track is. And then we move on to this. Scrutinizers, you're dismissed. Thanks a lot for your work.
Hello. So it's back to me speaking. So I will just introduce the double track. So we will have quite a short double track actually. There will be 2 sessions happening at the same time. That's what the double track is. So in this room, we will have 2 sessions, as you have seen in the change in the agenda. We will have first a very exciting budget proposal. Whoop, whoop. Yay! And then we will have a presentation about Hoodspring. And in another room, I don't know the exact number of the room, maybe someone knows? You can, okay. Maybe someone from the OC knows? Okay, you can follow Julian and he will lead you to the room, but we will be split. So the people that have never been to an NA or that do not know what ESN is outside of their sections can attend the introduction to ESN, which will be held by Dina and Dina, I think, and Iside. Where you will learn a bit more about ESN, how it works, how ESN Switzerland works. And then the other chunk will be here to talk about budget and Hoodspring. Very important though, we need to have one representative of all sections here. So if you're the only person from your section, then welcome to budget, baby. So just be sure that all of there's at least one representative of your section so we can actually talk about the budget, because if you don't go to the session on the budget, you cannot vote on it. Are we all clear? Yes? Kind of? No, all clear. Okay. So then you can decide amongst your section, and the people that are going to the introduction to ESN, you can go towards the the door. I don't want to make you play, but you can go, and then we will start with the budget. Yeah. If you want to learn about the budget, you can stay.
Yeah, international guests can stay for the budget talks. It's not secret in ESN Switzerland.
Nothing to hide. Please hurry up. The quicker you are, the more time we will have for lunch and all of the nice times. The nice times. Are you all set? Is there a representative from every sections? I see, I think all of the sections.
All right, people.
Please hurry up.
Yes.
If you're going to ESN introduction, please go.
All right. Yes. Okay. So, Arnaud, the floor is yours. You can use the clicker. You have 20 minutes presentation time, and then we'll move on to 25 minutes of question. So, whenever you want.
Perfect. So, hello everyone. This is me again. We will talk about the budget proposal of 2025. I will just add a few comments before we go into the budget proposal. First of all, I want to thank Sandrine, who is not our treasurer anymore, but who helped us a lot in writing this budget proposal. Today, I come as the president to present the budget because we still do not have any treasurer, but she helped us a lot in the process, and I just want to mention it. But this budget was written amongst the entire national board with the help of the board support, just so that you're all aware of it. Also, another indication before we go a bit more into the budget. So every time we have the Excel document where we show the budget proposal for 2025, and then we have the budget explanation that you have seen in PDF. The binding document that you will vote on is the Excel sheet with the budget. So everything that is on the PDF document, just to explain how it works. And also an additional comment is that there were two tabs on the budget proposal on the Excel. The first one is the one that we will vote on. Yeah, perfect. So I will start by talking about the income that we're expecting for 2025. So you have this really big line, and I always do the same for you to understand better, is that the blue, the light blue, I don't know how you describe that color, this blue that is really shiny, how do you call it? Cyan, sorry, is where it's a line in the budget that didn't exist before, or that was changed in the name, so you know what is the big change in the name and you can kind of recognize where it is. All the rest is the same. And then you can see if there's a difference or not with the budget. This is the amended budget of 2024 that we compared it. So this is the budget that the amended budget that you voted on during NA3, that is on the comparison. So, in the income, it's quite similar to what we usually have. We always have the grant from Movetia. I can explain, I think. Last year we proposed 30,000 to Movetia for the grant. They gave us 20,000. I was really disappointed. So this year we go with another strategy to get more money from Movetia. So we get less aggressive, but we try to get at least 25,000. So that's why we reduced it in the budget, and we hope to get 25,000. I think we should get 25,000, to be honest. So we really hope for it to be happening. That's the first grant that we get. Then we have the grant from BSV of us, FSEO. So it's the Confederation grant. It's been increased because we have increased our expenses, and this grant from the Confederation is always half the expenses that we have from the previous year. So this always is the same, and that's why we put actually the number that was the thing that we received this year, and we expect to have kind of the same expenses. I can also briefly mention that there's a law that might pass where we will have our grants from the Confederation reduced by 10%, and we are actively doing a petition with the XASH group to make sure that it doesn't happen, just that you're all aware of it, because we might have to amend if it happens. Yeah. Then extraordinary grants. This can be, for instance, the grants that we receive for the DNA when we have a local phase, like we did with in Lausanne, that we received money from ESN International. That's for the grants. Then the section, so we have the membership fees that are changing slightly. I will talk about it just after in the next slide. ESN card. So ESN card, the income is increased for two reasons. First, we think we will sell more ESN cards next year than the previous year, but also we have this increase of price that was voted on international level that we're taking into account in the income of it, because we will sell it to you for a higher price as we have voted on in the past NAs. Then we have sponsors. We do not have any partnership managers at the moment, but we still put something because we're hopeful. We have a lot of potential, but we just put 500 instead of 2,000 that we had last year because we want to be more conservative and at least hope to have one partnership happening. Then participation fee is the participation fees that we had for community weekend, because before you had to pay to attend community weekend. Now it's not the case anymore, so 0. And then we have two new lines. So international events accommodation, this equals to what you pay us for the accommodation in EGM. So it was never in the budget, and it was kind of in a weird line. At the last amended budget of 2024, it was written ES International, I forgot the name of the line, but it was not so clear. So we changed the name to International Events Accommodation, and we have reduced it for 2025. And it's very sad. It's because we will have less participants from ESN Switzerland at EGM based on the size of EGM next year. Then we have YAI, I will like to call it, EAIE, which is the money that we receive from Swiss universities to attend this event in September, and we always receive 5,000, and it's a fixed amount. It was not in the budget before, because this is the money that we use directly for the event, but we decided to put it in the budget to showcase that we get this money, and also it's easier for the budgeting purposes. Then we have interest and extraordinary income. Interest, it's basically related to the bank account, and extraordinary income. I have a few things that you should remember. As I said, we hope to get that money from Movetia. Explaining again. It's very slow. Maybe I don't know if I should be closer to it. Maybe not. I will just. Okay. Tiny delay. Okay. Then we should have a similar Confederation grant, as I said. The income should increase. Partnerships, I think I mentioned everything. And yeah, as we like to call it, is also in the expenses, as we will see very soon. Okay, now let's look at the expenses. So to help you a bit, there's a small what's new in blue. So you can see what's actually new from the past year, and the changes from the budget are explained. So you know what you need to focus on. All of the things that are not in blue are things that were already there in the past year. So first we look at NL support, which is one part of our budget. So we have travel expenses. So travel expenses in the NL support, they're always the same. It's basically the travel fees of the national level when they are inside Switzerland, and it represents 50% of an half fare price with the train or the buses. And yeah, this is taking into consideration our policy of sustainable traveling. Then training and development, also similar to what it was last year. So it includes training events for the national level, and also so transition meeting is in it. Gathering event that we have in the national level is also in it. And then if we were to host 1 or 2 trainers for the national level, that would also be put in that line. An IB member, it's in case someone from the ESN Switzerland wants to apply for the international board. As of now, that is not the case, but if that's the case, we might amend it. But for now, it's 0 Swiss franc in it. Okay, then we go to business and finance. Business and finance, there's not much changes. So we have first our admin expenses. So everything related to business cards, bank fees, various fees, basically postal fees as well. Then we have the membership fees, and this there were a few changes. Actually, it was for ESN International, we had a small increase, but the thing is that this is something we pay in euro, so we kind of evened out to 140, but it's actually 138 euros, if I'm not mistaken, or 143. Like it's around that amount of money, so we put 140. Then we have VSS, which is the Student Union of Switzerland, as a partial member that we are. We pay this amount of money. And then from the XAJ, the Swiss Council for Youth Activities, we pay this amount of money, 1,500. We pay less. They have reduced the price of their membership fee from 100 Swiss franc, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Then ESN card, a big topic. So this is how much we pay to ESN International to get the ESN card that we then sell to you. And we are expecting an increase because we expect to have more ESN cards being sold. Yeah, and we also expect to buy more for you to then sell it more. ESN booklet, it's a booklet. It's always in the budget in case we have to use it. So the booklet of ESN, the Swiss guide, and we didn't print it as of now, but if we need to do it for our universities, for any external person, we have this line in the budget for it. Since it's quite a big document, actually, if we print it, it's quite expensive. Yeah, that's for business and finance. Then communication, there's no changes basically in communication. So software and internet expenses, so all of the software that we have, maintenance and like domain, paying the domain, for instance, also for ESN Switzerland, all of it is in the first bit, software and internet expenses. Then the gadgets of ESN Switzerland, we put more money because the NL is growing, and also we like gadgets. So we like to put more money in it. Yeah, and with the increase in the national level size, it's always important to have this reflected in our budget. And then sections communication support, something that I think not enough people know about it. So I'm happy that you are here and that you are here. Is that all the sections are entitled to get support for Adobe Illustrator, Canva, any other support, and that you can contact the communication team if you're interested in this. I think at the moment there's maybe 1 or 2 sections that are using it, but that's something in the budget. So if you know the budget, you know that you can ask for it. Yeah. Then education and youth, nothing new. So we have the youth events. So if we are to organize a conference or any event related to education, which is something we want to do a bit more, then we have this line in the budget. SWEC activities. So the activities, if we are to attend an event, I don't know, in Bern or in Alton, in Lucerne, I don't know, for with our stakeholders, we have this amount of money that we can use for attending the event. Then we have mobility in schools, which we are doing a bit more now, and we had our first edition in Mendrisio actually last year. So we also have some budget for it. And then the yeah is there in education and youth. So you can also find it here. Yeah, then international affairs. I will just make everything appear. Here, actually, I didn't put the accommodation, but I will explain it. So we have statutory meetings, very important statutory meetings. It is for attending the events outside of Switzerland, but only statutory meetings and statutory events. So yeah, GAs, the two GAs that we have. And also if there is more money, we can make sure that the national level or any local member, actually, if they're interested, we try to implement it, that they can also be reimbursed through that line in the budget. The non-statutory meetings, so it's Western European Platform, but also NBT, EGM, everything, community meetings that we have on the international level, everything is in it. And we didn't change anything in the number of spots that we paid. Then we have international guests. This also has not changed. So that's the amount of money that we use for supporting our international guests to be present, our NAs. And then the international event grant that we actually reduced because we are not sure that we will have one, but they still wanted to have a little bit of money here. So we reduced it by half, and we are ready to amend it if the project gets more concrete. Yeah. And then international events accommodation, as I have mentioned a bit before, is the expenses that we would pay to pre-book the rooms at any international event. For now, it's relevant just for EGM. Yeah. Then the big chunk, network and development. But as you see, there's not much changes actually. We're staying with kind of the same. That's what we had last year. So the supplies of ESN Switzerland, so everything that we might need to put into our dear friend Stanley is in it. Then we have DNA. So that's the grant that we give to the section for them to organize DNA. And we stuck with 4,000. We increased it last year. Then the national events. So Train Rally, NEG, and the event proposal. Maybe something that is important to notice is that we did a small change here. I don't know if you all noticed when you read the budget, but we reduced the money for the event proposal that we had for the national event from 1,000, I think. Yeah, from 1,000. And we gave it back to Swiss Train Rally. So we want Swiss Train Rally to have more money because this is really our signature event. And as of now, we see it's being, we see that it's a struggle to have enough money for the event, and we really want to have more money for it. So it's actually 500 more per edition. So then that's 1,000 per edition of the Swiss Train Rally. And NEG doesn't change, 3,000. Yeah. I realize it's 2023. It's not 2023. That would be for 2025. Then section cooperation. This is kind of this weird line that's maybe not everyone knows what goes there. So there are three things. Cooperation events. As of now, it's Titanic Le Manic, who was the only event that was under that line, but we don't have it anymore. But this is still a line in the budget because we might have new cooperation events. Who knows? Maybe your section wants to have a new cooperation event with the national level. Would be super happy to have it. So we still have it. Then intersectional events and ESN invitation project. So the money that we give for you to attend an event of another section and to actively participate in staffing for the event. Very interesting thing that I want to say is that we do not expect to spend money on cooperation events as of now, but we stayed with the same number of money because we want to have more ESNR invitation money. So we want to really encourage that part of the corporation events, the section corporation. But then we know that for corporation events, we are less likely to spend that money for a corporation event unless there's one proposal. So we stayed with the same amount of money. Okay, then so much information. I'm really sorry. Section supports. So this is this big line as well, where it's a lot of different things that are here. So first of all, it's the for DNAs, for you to attend DNAs, that's in it. Also AC member, alumni members, yeah, and the chairing team. Then we have the participation fee for the sections that are not supported. It is written for DNA. Huh. Yeah, it's not for DNA. But the participation fees in general, also for what's just under for EGM and WEP. When you don't get a support from your sections, we are happy to support you, especially for EGM. But for WEP as well, and I think not everyone knows about it. So you get the information through Axel and Laura for this specific part of getting the support on this. And then part of this amount of money is also still for ESNR invitation, for instance, which is the big project that we want to promote a bit more this year, as you have seen in our communication channels. Then we have community fund, which is the money we use for the community weekends, but also for our Swiss community meetings. So the community meetings that happen. Yes, procedural. 1 minute. Yeah, we're at the end. Which is for yeah, everything inside Switzerland. Then training and development. So if we have training events for the sections, communities, anything that's also in it. And the section visits for the section manager. So the travel expenses and of the expenses of the section manager when they go to your cities. Okay, and then the last bit, which is projects and causes. It's going to be very short, how I will explain it. So you know the causes: culture, sustainability, health and well-being, skills and employability, social inclusion, and there is also education and youth, which we do not allocate any budget because we already have education and youth above. And we kind of did a reorganization of the amount of money that we put. Maybe it sounds very random the way we put the money, but we basically looked at the amount of projects that you have submitted last year, because this is the money that mostly is used for the project grants that you apply through us. So we looked at it, and then for things such as health and well-being, we increased it quite a lot. For social inclusion, for instance, we reduced it, but we also looked at the projects of the officers in the board support of these teams, and we reorganized everything accordingly, and that's how it looks like right now. And that's it for the budget proposal of 2025, and I'm very happy to open. Yeah, big proposal for the year 2025, not really a lot of big proposal, just adjustments so the budget makes more sense. And I'm very happy to answer to your questions.
Thanks a lot, Arno, for the presentation. We'll move on to 25 minutes of questions with Slido. Maybe can we switch to the Slido screen? In any case, for those who already have questions and already have the Slido QR code, please go ahead. I mean, you can join on slido.com and the code is 3498008. I'll also send it in the group chat of I cannot send an announcement, but I'll send it in the chat for now, and then we can then send it maybe in an announcement. Is it not working? Yeah, but yeah. No, it's not visible. Okay. Bit of a technical issue, but we will get there. Maybe you can stop the. Now it's working. Yeah. I don't think you're sharing the right screen. You're sharing the other Google Chrome. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yes, now it's working. So if you have any questions, please type them down. Is anyone typing anything? No? No questions. This is the budget proposal for 2025. This is impacting you. You don't have any questions. You are okay. So one question here, being typed. Okay. And there's no stupid questions. Please ask whatever you have on your mind. Elena, please type your section next time, but it's fine for now. Yeah. Oh, what? What's happening? It's from here. It's still glitching. I think it's glitching from here. In any case, we will start and then we'll fix this on the way. All right, so I'll give the mic to Elena.
Hello. Elena, ESN Geneva. So I just wrote it briefly, but I understand the change. I mean, the wanted to be more clear. So add additional line for AI, whatever you said. And then also for the, I forgot the other one. For for the EGM. In general, I mean, generally speaking, I mean, first of all, my question is why is this necessary? Because normally I understand money comes in and money comes out, but this can be misleading as well if you actually have money for an EGM, like accommodation, because basically the people pay. You're not paying for them, like the section or each of the participants. The same thing. I mean, we always said it in extraordinary incomes as a more generic, but yeah, that's why it's might be misleading. That's also my comment and question.
Yes, thank you a lot for the question. It's actually a very good question, and there's two reasons why it was there. So the first question is the first answer that I can give you is also when we wrote the grants application, for instance, for Movetia. For us, it's very important to show that we are attending, and that it is visible and they know that we are working on it. So it gives us more credibility. And when I will ask for money from Movetia, they will see, oh, they're doing this. That amount of money goes out. But I also agree that since it's money that goes directly in, directly out, it doesn't have to be in it. But now, as of how EGM is being managed for the upcoming year, we will do it the same way that we did it last year. And since it was amended last year, we kept the same kind of procedure for having this extra line. Yeah.
Julian, ESN Switzerland. I think it's important to keep it because if you have a transition year, normally you have the active, transitive, passive, transitory in normal accounting. And since EGM, usually you pay in advance and then you get the money later. You like in normal accounting, it's very important that you mark them, even if it's going in and out as you cross over a year, basically.
Is this working? Yes. Okay, thanks a lot for the question. We move on to the next one. Gabriel, no, sorry, Hamza first. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. Hamza ESN Basel. Since we know Sandrine isn't here anymore, and my question was who's handling the finances and the reimbursements and all of the stuff. And as for the budget, I feel it's okay. Just one thing that I forgot to add, it's for the NEG. I saw that you changed the budget to, it's still 3,000. My question is, where does that go? That's it.
Just for next time, these are two questions. So please, if you have two questions, put them as two separate questions, please. Thank you.
Okay, I will try to answer to these two questions. Also, if you approve the budget, don't abstain. Thank you, because we need to see if it's approved or not by the sections. But the first thing is about Sandrine. So actually, it's been quite tough. I will not lie, because we had a big issue in defining what interim she would be doing, and we expected you, the sections, to apply, because I think you clearly see that we're struggling with having two national members missing, and we're expecting to have someone before, but we had no one. So we had to kind of adjust the way we did along the way. And still, to this day, we have changes every day. Like literally, the situation now is different than what it was the previous week. As of now, we will have Sandrine, who will help us fully transition in October. So by the end of October, she will not be handling finances anymore. There might be, yes? Okay. So she will properly leave her position as anything related to finance by the end of October. We hope we just opened the open call this month of October, and we hope to have finally an application because we cannot do it like this. But as of now, we've kind of had this very difficult way of communicating with each other, where we're trying to basically see task by task, like not like it's very difficult to explain, but basically she was still checking the emails. She was still the person behind it, and we communicated together, and we tried to solve any single task together to make sure that it gets solved. I hope that answers the question. Then second thing regarding NEG. Should I answer NEG?
Yeah. Go for it.
NEG is the...
Yes. Yes. Sorry. That's a good point.
Okay, and I will talk at this moment. Or may I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, and for NEG, it's the money that we give to the OC of NEG, and then they organize their own budget for NEG, and then we look at the budget together with them.
Sorry, I had the...
Wait for the city to...
Sorry. Yes, now it's...
Mary,
go for it.
Mary is in Switzerland. It was partially answered by Arnaud. There is an open call for treasurer right now. So please share it with your sections. Also for other positions, OC for NEG and this chairing team as well. So really, it's a big problem if we don't have the people. So share it.
Sorry. Yeah, so please for the next questions. What is another can we is this a really important reaction? Okay, go for it. But we don't want to circle around one topic for the entire discussion, please.
I just wanted to say you forgot, Leonie, ESN Switzerland and ESN Hood. You forgot to mention the the OC call for Swiss train rally is also open until Sunday.
Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot. So from now on, please keep your questions as short as possible and answers as well, please. Thank you. We still have 12 minutes of questions and then a lot of questions still. Next up is Gabrielius.
Gabriel, apologies, my voice from last night. Gabrielis, ESN Lithuania. Apologies if I didn't notice. I was solving some issues for my NA that's happening in Lithuania. But does ESN Switzerland apply for any IT grants? One example would be Azure. You can get $2,000 in terms of credits, which is a big help for your infrastructure if you're using it. Then you don't have to spend money on it. And then on the same topic, have you tried applying for Canva nonprofits?
Yes, so I can answer for, first of all, for Azure. So we have very poor IT capacity, I would say, in Switzerland, just so you're aware of it. So for us, it's very difficult to apply for IT grants or to have really IT projects being developed. We will see this year if it will be done. But as of now, it's, I mean, we will take a look into it for sure, because it's very interesting, but we have very poor IT capacity, so it's difficult for us to have proper projects in it. That's to answer to the first question. And then the second was Canva Pro. You said this, I have to be honest, I don't know exactly. For the national level, we applied for the Canva Pro version, but that's for the sections. As far as maybe someone can correct me. I don't know Canva Pro situation.
Yeah. I can jump in. Yes. Previous ESN Switzerland president. So we do have a Canva Pro license for ESN Switzerland, but not a Canva non-profit. The difference is that what we do is that we give access to the sections to our license, but the Canva non-profit actually allows us to get it for free. So yeah, it's two different strategies. It's just a matter of time spent on it. But we can talk about it later.
Thank you.
Next up is Matteo. Matteo. Yeah.
Yes, maybe this is a piece of information that was said, but I missed, but I was, Matteo, yes, in Zurich. Yeah, this is a piece of information I may have missed, but I was wondering, what is this budget proposal valid until? Is it until the next NA or all of 2025?
Thank you a lot for asking the question. Actually, it's a very good question that I haven't mentioned. It's from the calendar year, 2025. Yep.
Thank you.
All right, short and sweet. Laura, next up. Laura at the back.
Laura, I see. You mentioned that you are expecting an increase to the ESN card sale. Now, a couple of days ago, there was, or maybe last week, there was a message on the Telegram group that actually only 3 sections applied for or sent to Sandrine the amount they want to have as ESN cards for the new sale. So how are you addressing this?
Thank you for the question. I want to first say that the number of sections does not equal to the number of ESN cards, because if you have seen the number of ESN cards that we have received, 3 sections from the previous order represented 95% of the cards of the order, and it was a huge number, for instance, from Lausanne. We had also, so number of sections does not equal to number of cards, but also there are 2 orders of ESN cards. So we also have the next one. Yeah, I think that answers. So we still expect it to be increased.
All right, thank you. Claudia from ESN Geneva. Where's Claudia? Oh, yeah.
Oh, Claudia, yes, and Geneva. I just wanted to ask you, because like you have several memberships, like for VSS and another two ones that I want. Session. Okay, and so I was just wondering, what do we gain from them? So, yeah.
Thank you a lot for the question. So as you have mentioned, we have two membership fees. I mean, we have a third one that is from ESN International, but if we focus on the ones external to ESN, we have VSS, which is the student union, the Swiss Student Union. I think that's the name in English. And we are partial members of it. The way we benefit from them is that we have working groups with them, mostly on education topics. So we have a commission for international solidarity, but they're also working a lot with us on Erasmus Plus, because they have a secretariat and they have way more capacity. And very often when we're struggling with something in that working group, they're very often taking the lead and helping us in that regard. And they really treat us like we are kind of a section of them, actually, I would say. And I really feel supported personally with this. And we can attend their NAs as well as a membership fee. And this is something that was happening in the past, is that David, for instance, was attending the NA, or it's not really an NA, but the assemblies of OSS there, and it's just a partial member, we're not full members. So yeah, this is the first thing. And then the stage is actually very important for us for many reasons. First of all, because they're also leading working groups that we're in, especially Erasmus Plus, but also because they are our secretariat, kind of. We have our postal address at XAJ. Every time I have a question related to admin, it's hello, Nadine, please help me from XAJ, because I have questions, and it's super important to have that one point of contact where I'm like, okay, I don't know if we're legally doing good. Can you help us? We have this issue with the grant. Can you help us? And they have great experience in helping us. So that's why it's really beneficial to be parts of them.
All right, thanks a lot. Agathe.
Agathe, yes, in Geneva, you said that you were expecting sponsorships, and I was wondering if you already if you had any ideas about that, or if it's just hypothetical for the incoming year.
So as I said, we have no business and finance team because no one applies for it, but we still have it here because, as we said, it's the calendar year. So it might happen that, who knows, maybe we'll have a partnership application now, but we could also have it in May and then have a partnership closed by September, October, November. That's one thing to take into account. But also, as of now, we do not have anything in mind, even though we have lots of potential, I think. So that's why we went so down with the amount of money for partnerships. And I think, yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
Axel, yes, in Switzerland. Yeah, so as Arno just said, we don't have the capacity to look for sponsor right now, but the only thing that could happen is that a sponsor come to us, and for now, the only one that is approaching us quite regularly is Yes Trip, that always want to organize our events with us, so it might be a possibility.
Yes, Trips.
Okay, so before moving on to the next question, just wanted to ask, are there more questions coming? Yes, one more. After Maxime? No? No one? So after this question is asked, I propose to close the speakers list. Does anyone oppose? No? Okay, the speakers list is closed after Maxime's question. All right, Julian, you can go.
Julian, yes, in Switzerland. Could you go more into details about the how do you say, increase in budget for the Swiss Rally, and what part of it is really impacted by it?
So you mean in which amount in the allocation of money from the OC of Swiss Train Rally? Is that your question?
OC.
Could you rephrase, please?
I'm not asking for me, I'm asking on behalf from someone else, but basically, what exact part, like what is the reasoning behind this increase outside of just growing cost? Is
Honestly, I think the answer is pretty simple, and I think anyone that was in the OC of Switzerland Rally in the past knows how much tight the budget is and how much we're struggling to find a venue for the after party, which is a big issue. And thank God we had one person who had a lot of contacts with the venues, because otherwise we would never manage to stay within the budget. So that's the main issue, and that's the main point where we need to have more money to be sure of it. But I think there's a reaction.
All right.
Sorry, I have a reaction. Yes. Mary is in Switzerland. Also, there is always a winning group, and I think we could also make a bit of a more exciting prize, because the challenges sometimes are really tough. You really can have to do a lot of stuff. And if there is just like, okay, one chocolate for the whole 15 group team, it's a bit. So maybe we could even put a bit of money on the prize as well. Yeah.
That makes sense. Please go ahead, Diego. And the last question is from you, Maxime. Yeah, please just don't forget to put your name and section. Thank you.
Hi, Diego is in Paris. Maybe off topic, but on the financing topic, would ESN Switzerland consider helping other sections with the financing plan with the beginning of the year, pretty much?
When you say other sections, do you mean outside of Switzerland?
Yes.
No, we are already trying hard enough to work with our budget, and we already have a lot of expenses, as you see. And actually, I would say a big amount of money is put towards our sections already, and we already have this amount of money for the international guest that we also try to spend money outside of Switzerland, but to other countries that would not be possible at the moment. It's not our purpose. Yeah.
All right. Next up is Jessica.
So Jessica Colatriano, ESN Chieti Pescara. So in the budget, there's no voices regarding bank commissions, but apparently there are. So I'm sorry if I mistaken. But how does it work in Switzerland? I mean, do you have to pay like a sort of fee to the bank and also pay for bank commissions when you're doing like expenses or reimbursement as well?
So we have a bank type, no, how do you call it? An account type that is for NGOs at PostFinance, which is our bank at the moment, and we pay barely any fees. And if we have, I don't know which fees you're specifically talking about, if it is commission fees, is like when you have international payments, or what would it be?
Can I? Oh, yeah. Apart from those international fees, like for example, do you have a tax that you have to pay to the bank like per year or something? And do you think that you're staying this kind of budget for the administrative expenses?
We are not paying any fees.
Okay, thank you. I was just curious. Thank you.
All right. Last question before closing this discussion. Maxime at the back.
So I have for the question before, you don't pay any bank fees because like some banks don't have fees. So just to.
So in admin expenses, there's not just bank fees, first of
Yes.
all, but also if we have to order a card, for instance, like we had to do it actually to order a credit card because we didn't have any credit card before, that would be typically something that goes under that. So it doesn't have to be commissions or anything. It can be anything related to admin, such as, for instance, ordering cards. By the way, we'll have to order a new card as well, a PostFinance card. So that will actually fall into that line. Reaction?
Yes, also each card costs by yearly. So every year each card costs an amount and not only the bank fee. So that's also needs to be paid. And administrative, I think it's also way more than bank. There is also some other stuff.
So we have a debit card. Usually we have two, and then we also have a credit card. Yeah. Bougie.
All right. Thanks a lot for the discussion. So indeed, we managed to fill up the question run. We are 2 minutes behind schedule, but we'll work it out. Can we go back to the presentation now? Thank you. And we can move on to the next. Yes. Take it away.
Hi. It's the first time that I'm officially speaking here at the event. So for those who don't know me, I'm Mary. I'm the Vice President of ESN Switzerland. And I will present to you the new contract between ESN Switzerland and Hoodspring. Who doesn't know what is Hoodspring? Okay, so Hoodspring is the official merch company that is having a partnership with ESN Switzerland. So most of these very beautiful merch, also in front, you see people wearing it. They're made by this company, and we just signed a new contract with them from the 1st September on. Maybe a little backstory. The guy from Hoodspring, the owner of the company, he was my roommate in 2019. And then over a beer, I think, he was like, yeah, I have a company in India. Do you want to do merch for your local section, ESN Bern? I was like, yeah, of course, why not? And then this whole thing started, section added, and then ESN Switzerland finally. And here we are now. So it's a bit a big full circle moment for me personally. And I will also, the reason why we had to do an amendment is because it came super spontaneously to us as well we actually have to present it to you because it concerns you. And we don't have a partnership manager now. So again, I would really want to thank Sandrine and on this occasion again for really helping us and reminding us that we also have to do this. So the contract in a very short form I will present to you now. So there is actually 2 levels of agreement if you look at the contract. There is the contractual conditions that we as an official partner have with Hoodspring on a national level. And then there is also a second part in the contract, which are the possibilities for you as a local ESN section that you can get from this contract. So what is the framework? The contract is officially for 1 year unless terminated earlier, starting from the 1st of September, as said. Then either party, by party it's Hoodspring or ESN Switzerland, they may terminate the contract by providing written notice to the other party at least 30 days prior, just so you know. Otherwise, we agree to continue it for another year. And the main point for ESN Switzerland is that we agree to exclusively source our clothing or other merchandise from Hoodspring. They sell us, yeah?
It's not a question that is that can be asked now. Please ask it during the question round. Thank you.
Yeah. But yes, contractual conditions with ESN Switzerland, national level. Hoodspring sells us merchandise, including, but not limited to t-shirts, hoodies, caps, accessories, and so on and so forth. We have the possibility to customize them with our branding and also different fonts, different logos, depending on the event that we need them, national level, national or international events, and so on and so forth. And the quality and customization of clothing merchandise shall meet or exceed the standards. The standards they have on their website. If you want to look into it, you can look up on the website. And yes. Then here you see the pricing list. These are the official prices and the garment types that Hoodspring offers us at this moment. So we have normal hoodies and also the quantity. So the price of the individual garment decreases the more we order. Hoodies, zippers are 5 francs more, and then t-shirts are 10 francs less than the hoodies, or depending on the quantity, 5 francs. Then what we have to provide to them is clearly defined orders in quantity type and customization, and we have to submit this at least 30 days prior than the date that we expect them to deliver it for us. Delivery for us is free of charge, and we have to pay before shipping. And what if there is a late delivery or the quality is not as we expect and is explicitly stated on the website? Then we can request a partial refund of the affected invoice, either deducted from the current order or directly deducted from the next order, or directly refunded by Hoodspring at the moment. Furthermore, this is where it gets very interesting. Hoodsprings offer to create a website exclusively for ESN Switzerland, which ESN Switzerland can utilize to sell personalized garment for us. So it means only an ESN Switzerland website, or an ESN website, so to say. However, if they do this, we have a 5% increase on the agreed upon prices that I showed you before, for the reason that the website is work for them to do and it's convenient for us to use. So it's basically the price that we pay for this web shop. And also there is the possibility to include the exchange students on this, and it's kind of the breaking point between the ESN Switzerland contractual and the possibilities for you. If it's created for the web, for the exchange students, the 5% increase does not apply, and only the customization fee will be there. I don't think I've mentioned the customization fee before, but there could be a small fee if they do a customization or a personalization for us. So now we switch to the possibilities that they offer for the local sections in the contract. So now you should really open your ears. So exclusivity is not mandatory for the Swiss sections. This is the first thing. You are free to get merch or other stuff from other companies. However, we highly encourage to use Hoodspring because you really get a lot of offers. They really wrote us a very attractive contract for us when it comes to delivery and quality. So it's really, really, really could be a very big Vorteil, advantage if you use them. And if you guys, as a Swiss ESN section, promote the web shop, the potential web shop, to the exchange students, they are also entitled to the same benefits and discount prices as stated, minus the 5% increase. And if you manage to sell hoodies to 15% of your exchange students, you get an extra, or they get an extra 15% discount in the same shipments of garments. So how does the promotion to the exchange students work for you? What do you have to do? You have to create a post. You have to post a post created by Hoodspring, and you have to post it on your social media, mainly Instagram. Also, you should post 2 stories of the section's Instagram account, 2 stories on your Instagram account of the section, promoting the shop, and also 2 reminders per semester on your WhatsApp or Telegram group with your exchange students, if you have any. And I went to the section visit and I asked you this, and every section has one last year. So this is what you should do. 1 minute, okay. And then maybe the ordering process at the end of October, the ordering process closes for the autumn order, and then the end of April, it closes for the spring order. And the garments should be delivered the first week of December for the autumn order or the first week of June for the spring order. And again, what if the orders are late for the exchange students? If it comes late, or if the hoodies don't respect the quality standards, the exchange students have the right to ask for a full refund. Some more details that I think are worth mentioning. Hoodspring offers ESN Switzerland free clothing as sponsorship for selected events, for example, international Erasmus Games or others. ESN Switzerland also grants Hoodspring permission to promote themselves as ESN partners, so they are allowed to say that we are ESN Switzerland is a partner wherever. And Hoodspring can ask to appear on the ESN card as well. Yeah, it's not they have to or they're entitled to, but they can ask to appear if it's one of their wishes, and we can grant them that. So I'm done, and if you have questions, ask me. Also, just a quick disclaimer, it's very spontaneous. I might not be able to answer all the details, so I really ask your understanding, but I have the contract here, so I can always look at something.
All right. Thanks a lot, Mary. So we have 9 minutes for questions. Please write them down in the Slido. So I see already 2 questions being asked. And I'll start going around with the mic, but please someone help me out afterwards. Ah, amazing. That's real energizer there.
Hi, Elina Isenburn. I think I already asked this question last NA, but I was wondering if we have a concreter answer now. So we know that Hoodspring is not always the best quality, or they deliver like half a year late. And now with the web shop for exchanges, it will be very important that they get it while they're still in the country. And I was wondering if we have this web shop and they can directly order from Hoodspring, will we be the person who has to handle the problems, or will Hoodspring do that?
Thank you for your question, Eline. As far as I know, usually it's very simple answer is a partnership manager. From your section, if you don't have one, you have to decide among yourselves. And it's the same on the national level. We don't have one, so it's with the treasurer team. I have to check with AJ, the guy from Hoodspring, if they maybe can incorporate on the website a complaints file where they really can say section, name, what is your complaint. That would be actually a good idea, and I think a very good input for the future website that they could do.
So that means that they wouldn't take the responsibility if they would mess up, that they would be the contact point.
Arno, you want to answer? Yeah.
But please, if your reaction is a question, please put it as a question next time. I'll allow it just this one time.
Yeah. Arno is in Switzerland. If you have an issue, you come to us and we do the bridge to AJ and then we get it sorted. But we need to know, because we have had experiences in the past where we didn't know that it was happening because no one told us. So if you have an issue like this, please come to us. And then when we do talk to him, it gives way more credibility. I'm really sorry. But since we're the national board, he knows he has, he should not mess up basically. And so please come to us when it happens and we will take care of the mediation.
Exactly.
All right, so we have 7 questions left for 6 minutes, so that's not a lot. I propose to close the speakers list already. So one more. Okay, after Jessica, we close the speakers list. I will start limiting the time for question and then answer to 30-second each. Thank you.
So Claudia, yes, and Geneva, you talked a lot about the quality standards and what they have described in their their website. But one thing is like describing stuff, the other is filling it. So do you think we'll have a sample each section?
I remember when we first made a deal with them, they sent us samples with ESN Bern. So this is definitely something that we could ask for from HA to do, because in the past they did it as well. So yes.
All right, thanks a lot for the quick answer. Frank.
Frank, ESN FNHW. I've actually got two questions. Can I ask them at the same time, or like, yeah, one by one?
One by one.
Okay, yeah. So basically, when a delay occurs, like you said, and someone doesn't want their garment anymore and they want a refund, does the garment has to be sent back? And if yes, who pays for the cost of shipping? Because according to Swiss consumer law, the person that bought the garment originally is responsible for this. But if he actually ships them from India directly to Switzerland, then it will be a very high cost.
That's a very good question. As far as I know, it's not specified in the contract.
Will it be specified in the contract, maybe?
I mean, AJ is writing that he's taken over the shipping costs. I would have to check with him.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, sorry. Also, maybe you can clarify if it is because there's an issue with the garment or if it's just because people want to have it back, because that's also two different things.
okay, all good. Yes. Yeah, it's only because of the delay thing that you said before.
Oh, just for delay.
Yeah, because like if like for instance our section gets our garments in February, even though December was the agreed upon time, then we don't have a need for it anymore. So then we would just like to send them back. But if it means that we have to pay for 75 francs of shipping, then it's not interesting for us anymore to do so. So yeah.
Good thing to clarify. Thanks a lot. Uliana?
Can I also do my second question, because it's literally like the second one from the top now?
I would prefer that Uliana
Okay, sure.
ask her question and then come. Like she's just behind you, so all good.
Uliana is in Lucerne. You mentioned that they can create this web page, this web shop, and that then it will increase the price. So how is it decided? Do we vote? What if some sections want this web shop to be created, some sections don't want the web shop?
If you want the website, you have it. You don't do anything about it. If you don't want the website, then you don't have it. And the sections that want to have it, have it. Don't know if that makes sense. You have
Yeah,
a website,
yeah, so then
you go ESN Bern, ESN Lucerne, or not, and that's the things that will appear on it.
Okay, and then the price increase only influences the sections that are on the special web page.
Yeah.
Okay.
Frankie is in FNHW. My question is regarding the refusal of Hoodspring to refuse orders. Little story behind this: we ordered a batch of clothing in 2022 with a delay of 4 months. We were offered compensation, and then when we tried to order new garments via Hoodspring for 2022-2023, we wanted to order 26 pieces of garments, and also with the compensation it was offered, and this order was refused by AJ. So what is, like, is there anything in the contract that he actually has to do orders with us, or is he allowed to refuse them as well?
Okay, my answer is pretty simple. If it happens, come to us, and we might actually reserve the right to even break the contract if it happens again, because we don't want this to happen.
The conditions have to be met, which are in the contract, that it has to be a clear order in the time frame at least 30 days before. These are the two conditions. And if it's in this and they refuse, come to us, as Arno said. And if it's not in this, they can.
Okay.
All right, thank you. So we still have 4 questions. Maxime,
He's behind.
Small question. I think for us it would be nice to have the contracts, and then since we had a lot of problems back then with Hood Spring, is there like a place where we can share all the problems we had, so we can maybe have a better vision of what you should negotiate?
The first question I could answer by we can send it to all the sections as a mail. Is that answer it? Good. The second question, I'm not confident to answer now on the spot.
Okay, my answer is the same as usual. If you have an issue, you want to get a refund, you go through the board responsible or the board support responsible, and then we go towards AJ and we look at specific things. As of before, I don't know what's the case now because we do not have any treasurer, nor any partnership manager, nor any business and finance person in the team. But usually those are things that we talk about in business and finance community yeah, in the calls and the chats.
All right,
And
thank you.
so reaction.
Very quick one, please.
It's kind of a suggestion. Elina Eisenburn. So for problems, because we previously said that often they were not communicated to ESN Switzerland, could we make like a Excel sheet on an ESN drive, and there we put every time there like a problem occurs, we put like our section, the issue, and when it happened, so we can see how often something happens and yeah, what happened and so further.
Yeah, you don't need to answer now, but it's just a suggestion.
I wouldn't do it because I think it's better that there is first a national board person that processes the information and then decide what is displayed to the other sections, because some of the stuff might not need to be shared to the rest of the sections. But you can just send us an email. We have our email, treasurer@esn.ch. And please feel free to contact us when you have this issue, because we are here to support you also with this contract.
All right. Thanks a lot. No more reactions. I reserve the right to do this because we're late. Yeah.
And okay, Leonie, ESN Hood. So yeah, so we, as you know, we don't have many exchange students. So do they have a minimum for the 15%? Because 15% of our exchange students are 1.5%. So yeah, because for us, it would be better if like international students will be included as well or something. I don't know.
I mean, as far as I understand the contract, if it's in the contract and you sell 2 garments, it's part of this. So I would say, yeah.
Yeah, also this is something that I've discussed with Sandrine when we prepared the contract. I also said this is a really weird clause. And then we talked about it with AJ, and he said that we would define together what is the 15% of the section together if it is needed, because I also thought it was very difficult to assess the amount of exchange students, because I know that in all of your sections you might not have access to the number of exchange students that you have. So yeah, but definitely I think from ESN Ruhr, it should be easy to reach that that quota for 15%.
Sorry, no reaction. Matteo?
Hello, Matteo from ESN Zurich. I was wondering what Hoodspring as a company offers in terms of sustainability, and if ESN Zurich has any sort of decision power. Do we choose a more, do they have like a category of options? And is sustainability, if so, is sustainability a factor when choosing these options?
Okay, so if you go to their website, there's the information about how they produce the garments and what sustainability efforts they put in. I will be honest with you, I think it's not optimal. Also, it's in India. But as of now, we have nothing else, no alternatives that is both sustainable and affordable in terms of pricing. So that's what we went for, which is the most affordable, the best in quality for us, and also that is the most sustainable based on the way they produced garments. I hope that answers.
So, Jessica, ESN Chieti Pescara, have you ever thought of creating an ESN merchandising, ESN Switzerland merchandising? And if yes, Hootspring would be the provider anyway?
Merchandise, by merchandise, do you mean, I'm not sure what you mean by merchandise, clothes or other things?
Like something that maybe you can also sell around that represents Switzerland to other countries. Like, for example, in Italy, we have a sort of line of merchandise. We have hoodies, t-shirts, beauty cases, and stuff like that, that we also send outside. So it can also be a reason to get more money. I mean, to like, yeah, and to sell outside.
I mean, if that's the case, then I think Hoodspring would be the first address that we go to. And if they refuse, then we could look for other options. But Hoodspring would definitely be the first one that we would ask for that.
Right. So this brings to a close this session. Thanks a lot for your patience. Sorry for like allowing myself to cut you off, but we're a bit late. So now it's 10:56. Yeah. And we have a coffee break. Please come back 11:10. Yes. Okay. So next up, we have the clicker. The clicker is here. So next up, we have the presentation of ESN St. Gallen. Yes. So, mic, clicker.
Okay, lovely.
And then I'll tap twice when you have one.
Okay, I have in total how many minutes? Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Egan. I am the sole representative of ESN St. Gallen here. Glad I could make it. I asked the others from our board, and most have actually deadlines on Sunday or on Monday. I always have a deadline on Monday, but someone has got to do it. And I'm glad to be here and to be here with you all. So I'm really excited for what's coming up. Let's continue. Yes, in St. Gallen, yes. I'd like to make a brief situational report. As you know, we have missed the last 3 NAs, and therefore, since this is the 4th NA and that I'm here, we need to have a discussion about ESN St. Gallen, and if one of the sections wants that to happen, to have a vote on the future of ESN St. Gallen within ESN Switzerland. So about the situation, also a quick amendment of point number 3. It's not since 2021, but since 2006. I checked our records again. We've been here for quite a while, believe it or not, but we've had a lot of back and forth with different ESN representatives doing more or less and trying to go for more or less integration. So it's always depends on our different representatives. So to explain our situation, we are part of the we're the buddy system. That's how we were created. And the buddy system used to be an initiative of the Resort International that then became its own entity within the University of St. Gallen. We get basically special treatment from the university because we're the systemic partner for exchange students. We have every semester between 200 and 300 exchange students in St. Gallen, and therefore there is a specialized, devolved entity, the buddy system, that specializes in events for students. Since 2006, yes, there have been efforts, and we've managed to successfully get into ESN, into ESN Switzerland. And the problem is that we've only had very limited resources, especially human resources, to conduct our activities with ESN Switzerland. There's always only one ESN representative per semester. I've been in charge of being the local representative for my section since January, and I did not necessarily plan to stay this semester, but because 7 of 10 other people from our board had to leave, it was extremely important that I stay and that I make sure that the transition is smooth into the next ESN representative. Exactly. Most of the board is actually only here for 1 semester. Also, once you are no longer part of the University of St. Gallen, you cannot actually commit to any activities with the buddy system and therefore with ESN St. Gallen. So it is quite difficult for us to keep people in the network. The problem, yes. So as I mentioned, 7 out of the 10 positions of our board were changed last semester. And while we were changing, the NA3 happened. There was also the exam phase and so on. And as a disclaimer, none of that is a justification for why I'm standing here in front of you. It's not an excuse either. Just trying to explain how we saw things and trying to make you understand our situation a bit. Exactly. And then during the NA3 and even after and so on, the board was constituting itself anew. And it's very hard for us to even gather all together to actually talk about the orientation of our board. For example, we've been unable to all get within the board in one place at the same time. Someone is still on exchange in Berlin right now. Someone else has actually come back from a trip in South Africa, a humanitarian trip. So different reasons why it's very hard for us to actually coordinate effectively. When it comes to the solution, because if I was here just lamenting to you, you just feel sorry for me and for us, but that's not the point. There need to be some solutions. Things have to change, and especially since it is quite surprising that we're active since 2006 and that things have not moved this semester, and especially the year after, when we're selecting the new ESN representative, we really need to step our game up. So not only do we have to make sure that the ESN representative is more available for NAs and also for other events, we need to make sure that that person is also able to coordinate effectively with the rest of ESN Switzerland and with our own local section. It's also, we're always in a kind of arm wrestling with our university when it comes to more positions dedicated to ESN. Currently, I'm the only representative for ESN in St. Gallen, so obviously I have different hats that I have to put on. I'm in all the Telegram chats, even though I'm not really that active in most of them. And in order to adequately and effectively actually do my work, we need other people. So I definitely would like to expand that position, and we're in constant negotiations with our university in order to allow more credited applications. Yes, also it's about making sure that the ESN calendar is known not only to our section, but also very much to our exchange students, and just to make sure that everyone is aware of not only the availabilities, but also our obligations to ESN Switzerland. This is really a commitment that we want to continue. We are here also because we want this to continue. We want to improve our standing in ESN Switzerland and to just expand. Of course, also highlight the benefits that we get from ESN Switzerland, and also try and highlight here the benefits that ESN Switzerland gets from having St. Gallen as a member. So making sure that other people from the board are more involved in the discussions on Telegram. Usually it's smoother if the board gets cued in on it as soon as it takes into office, which was quite chaotic this year, I must admit. And in general, and that's also something that we've been talking about at a lot of LR meetings, which is the compliance with ESN statutes when it comes to visual identity. You might have wondered why I'm wearing something that does not look like anything produced for ESN Switzerland or for any of the local sections. It is because we are an offspring of Resort International, which you see here the logos. And it was for many years argued that in order to be coherent visually with our parent organization, so to say, we'd have to also stick to the logo. But we also have some sort of a memoratorium with the rest of the board, and also with whenever we are as a guest for ESN Switzerland, to just try and see a roadmap for a change in the visual identity. That would be long-term the aspiration that we seek. And last but not least, some next steps. Those are very short-term things that I want to improve as soon as I get back to St. Gallen. So first of all, a team meeting just to make sure that everyone is on the same page when it comes to our obligations and to where we want to head in terms of ESN. Then the ESN card, of course, a bit late for this semester, but definitely something we want to head on for next semester, especially because I've already reached out to many of our local partners in St. Gallen. The only thing is to clarify some technicalities, and also just mapping out the availabilities of our board members for the next events. Even if I can't make it, at least someone will. That's definitely a promise that I'm making to you guys, to you people, today. So my final message to you: our presence within ESN Switzerland can only be improved if you also trust us to make mistakes or to be quite slow, and we try and learn from them. So I ask you today to help us grow and develop, and this time for real. Also because I know that ESN Switzerland is always looking for treasurers. The University of St. Gallen is quite known for its finances and financial studies and so on. So I think it's also quite an asset to always have this kind of reserve of students who could do something about it. Thank you a lot. And yeah, take over. Sorry.
All right. Thanks a lot, again, for your presentation. So we open now the question round. I sent around the Slido code on the chat. Do you have access to it? No, it's I added it, I think, too late. But it's yeah, you can share it. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, amazing. So we have 15 minutes of question time, 14 actually. So please ask your questions now. Anyone typing? Sure. Okay. Yes.
I mean, I can gladly talk about the structure, but
no, let's wait for an actual construct. Yeah. Yeah.
Otherwise, for time's sake, I assume it's just a question about how we are structured as an organization. Okay.
Yeah, so maybe for next times, please start writing your questions already before the end of the presentation if you already know what you want to ask, so that you save up time. Yes, Daniel.
You also have the link to the Slido on the announcements, so you don't need to wait for them to show it.
Yeah, it's always the same one. All right, Louise, take it away.
Thank you. Louise from ESN Neuchâtel. You talked about the lack of HR and members in your university. However, I checked the capacity and the students, and you're around 10,000 people at your uni. So was it due to a lack of communication, motivation? Did you just like not recruit people, or how did it happen?
So to have an HR dedicated person in ESN, you mean?
I mean, overall in like as members, because I assume you had like very few members, you have so few people show up usually, or in general, I think that's what you talked about.
Yeah. So when it comes to just a lack of members, let's say that structurally we get credits, academic credits for our work, right? But per credits, it's 90 hours of work, so it amounts to 360 hours of work to get those credits. It's badly paid, if you ask me. And very often, we basically dedicate most of our time to organizing the events for the exchange students, which leaves actually little time for anything else. You have to understand that Resort International, so the parent organization, has about 40 people, and the buddy system, so the subsidiary, has about 10 people, each dedicated to different tasks, with about 4 of these 10 people dedicated solely to events. And therefore, basically, it's, if anything, I'd say it's myopia. It's the short-term orientation of day-to-day. We have this event plan and this event plan, and we have a calendar, and we do not necessarily think beyond that. If that's the main problem we have, it's that we're always short-term focused on the next event, and so rarely leave room for ESN, for example. We rarely leave room for considerations with HR, and in general with how we develop and how we plan out the next 5 to 10 years. That's a problem.
Isida ESN Switzerland. Thank you for the presentation. I know that it's not easy to represent section in this situation. I wondering if you consider to apply to any grant for the national, like intersectional for the cost, like to collaborate with other section, in the future.
So that's something that's thank you for your question. That's something that's quite interesting, because we've talked about, any kind of financial assistance or grant and so on last semester. And what we realized was that we have to show some sort of good faith, some sort of engagement before we start asking for money. or start to get involved in the financials. We wanted to make sure that we get to a solid basis when it comes to also trust between ESN Switzerland and ESN St. Gallen before we start engaging in these questions. Also because I don't think it's necessarily a financial issue, but rather an issue of means and of human resources, as I mentioned previously.
Arnaud, ESN Switzerland. So I asked this question knowing very well the structure of ESN St. Gallen because I've been in St. Gallen for a section visit and we've talked about it. And as of now, your structure is mainly, if I'm not mistaken, it hasn't changed since 2022, revolving around board members, but not really volunteers because you have this credit acquisition thing with HSK. I was wondering if you would consider recruiting actually volunteers that would do less than the board members to fulfill parts of your tasks. So that would be a help for you.
Thank you for the question. It's definitely something that we can look into. I have to say from personal experience, from also having other extracurricular engagement at the University of St. Gallen, that if people don't get academically paid for stuff, they will not contribute necessarily. Now, what I can say in our case for the buddy system is that we can leverage our network of buddies. So all these people who are already in a way volunteering to be a partner to our exchange students. So that's definitely an area we can explore. Yeah.
Hi, again, thank you so much for your presentation. It's not easy. Mary is in Switzerland, and really appreciate to have you here. What consequences would it have for you as ESN St. Gallen to be only with the visual identity of ESN and to abort the identity of Body System Resort International if you gain more members and you really become a bit more in the sense a section as the rest of the network?
Yeah, thank you for your question. That's also something I think I discussed at the LR physical meeting that we had in Bern 6 months ago, I think, or even, yeah, about 6 months ago. I think long term, there should be no consequences. I just think that the short term impact is that people are quite confused about our connection to Resort International. We'd have to clarify with Resort International as well whether we're allowed under their statutes to operate this change. So it's mostly a conversation we have to have with our mother institution, if you want. The weird thing about ESN St. Gallen is that it wants to be part of like 2 parent organizations. And so the question might be also in the medium term, whether we should just be completely separate from the Resort International, which is something that goes at this moment beyond my my competencies to answer.
Okay, thank you. What's the question? But I'll try to make like a reaction. Actually, there are other sections I think that face the same problem as you, and just wanted to ask a question, but like maybe you can think about just trying to see other sections in the ESN network who run through the same process, like going from being linked to other associations or communities and just being full ESN members.
Mm-hmm. Have we got such sections that are Netherlands?
Sorry,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'd gladly get into contact with them if we have any. Yeah, that would be nice.
National level, that's your role, I guess. Julian?
Julian, ESN Switzerland. There is a very good point, but I've already had discussion with your predecessor, and I think there was also Elena who had with the person before. And this is why I'm asking, how do you envision the plan continuing once you finish your mandate? Because maybe the priorities will switch, and then it will be another situation that can happen like this one, where you kind of get the baggage from before and you have to defend the section in at the NA.
Mm-hmm. I'd say for that to happen, it needs to move at, well, one thing is definitely to get more volunteers, or at least to get engaged more of the community, that the LR person is also not alone in this situation. I think for way too long now, it's been expected from one person to kind of handle all of this baggage. I'll be the first in St. Gallen to then say, hey, that's not how we properly do it. And second of all, it's definitely also, like I mentioned, an arm wrestling competition with the university. And as long as the political aspect of it, that we get more accreditation, that we get more recognition for the work that we want to do, is not there, it will continue, it will perpetuate to be hard for us to achieve that.
A quick reaction.
Yes, maybe also strong
Name and section.
Elena is in Geneva, and also maybe some strong knowledge transfer, because I felt in the past years that we're just starting over with the next person and there is nothing, then yeah, we cannot do anything about it. And
yeah. So my predecessor definitely made a document, of course, so that I can refer to it and so on. But of course, it does not encompass some complexities of ESN and ESN Switzerland in general. So of course, that's where someone has to go to those events, to the NAs and so on, to just get more information. That is definitely true. Yeah.
All right, Arnaud, your next question is regarding the visual identity. This was tackled a bit. No, I mean, kind of, but
it is not covered.
Maybe it's
really.
something.
It's something about the action plan and the time frame and a different action. It was not covered. So I really want to ask that question, please. So my question is also related to past events, because we have managed to find a proper way that would actually help us to bypass the visual requirement from ESN International in contact with ESN International, with creating a subsection of body system within within body system St. Gallen. But the thing is, we never had a proper action plan or a proper time frame, which is why it never really happened. So my question is today, do you have a proper action plan with a proper time frame, so we can see that in 6 months you should reach that point, in 12 months you should reach that point? Because for now it's a lot of things that could be nice to do, but there's no action plan from, at least for what I understand.
So yeah, you're correct in saying that there is no such thing as a defined action plan. What I definitely wanted to do, coming back to St. Gallen and having this meeting with the board, which is the next step, literally, is to very much talk about the necessity for us to change the visual identity. Now, of course, the time horizon is something that I would not be able to answer, also because this is another conversation we need to have with Resort International. And at the same time, it's also a matter of resources to make sure that, because it is a subsection of the body system which involves one person, me, literally, we need to see whether this becomes a problem for the entire body system or for just myself, which I don't think is fair, at least for me to tackle alone. So it's definitely something that is discussed at literally the next meeting we have. Yeah.
Before moving to the next, I think you have another question, right? Before moving to the next question, does anyone else want to ask a question? No? Then I propose to close the speakers list. Does anyone oppose? Okay, so speakers list is closed. Matteo, you go next, and then Arnaud again.
Hi, Matteo from ESN Zurich. You addressed before in one of your answers the problem of short-term thinking in ESN St. Gallen, and I was wondering what the plan or what your ideas are to change that.
Yeah, my number one idea would be to make the ESN position mandatory for 1 year instead of half a year. So that's when someone engages themselves in as the ESN representative, that it would be over the span of 1 year, because then you don't have the risk of too much knowledge transfer loss. And at the same time, also to make sure that there are certain things that get discussed at the first meeting of the board, and those are non-negotiable. Like, you have to discuss them and you have to find a decision or a compromise on them. So, for example, the visual identity, or at least every semester, there must be a discussion in the very first week and the very first gathering that we have on our approach to ESN this semester. At least this would cover it for the semester. and especially and I would say that the former ESN representative should also be part of that discussion, in order to also ensure that everyone is aware and is informed on what's happening, what's going on. Sure.
All right, final question. Back to Arnaud.
Arnaud is in Switzerland. I'm sorry, it's the last question. Thank you a lot for taking this time, and we really acknowledge how much effort it is. And honestly, we know it's not easy. We're really trying to help you and to support you, but there's also requirements that do not come from us. So that's why we suggest so many things to you. My question is related to the location of St. Gallen. Actually, in St. Gallen, you have in the canton St. Gallen, you have other higher education institutes than just HSK. You also have Ost in Rapperswil, I think.
Ost is, yeah, there's the Rapperswil-Jona campus, but the main one is in St. Gallen itself.
Yeah, and also PH,
The PH.
St. Gallen, Grossau. Is it in Grossau?
Yeah, it's Gossau and St. Gallen as well.
Yeah, so you have these schools close to you that also get international students. And I was wondering if you already had a discussion maybe with your international office about outsourcing international students and volunteers, maybe from these schools, to support you in your tasks to become an ESN section.
Yeah. Good question as well. I'd say to that, we've reached out to the FA and to the PH when it came to the buddies from the buddy system, so those kinds of volunteers, because even if they are not studying at the University of St. Gallen, they still provide extremely valuable knowledge, local knowledge, and also culturally, it's great for the Ostfachhochschule and for the PH to have this kind of international exposure. So it's definitely something where we have been in contact with different people. Now, they don't necessarily have an international section per se, but there some people have come and gone who were actually interested in collaborating more with us. So it's definitely also something where we are always in current communication, and it's something where we can also definitely ramp up our efforts just to see whether there is a desire from the people from the FH or from the PH to also maybe be part of that collective and of ESN St. Gallen. Yeah. Actually, very good point, because it would be currently reflecting, it would be a way to bypass those academic requirements. So it's definitely one area to explore. Yeah, that's a very good point. Thanks.
All right. Thanks a lot for the discussion. And we'll close it here. Thanks a lot again for presenting ESN St. Gallen and the situation there. So now we move back to the presentation. We have next up the Meet Your Family. Yes. Oops. So yeah, so Meet Your Family. You have the families here. It's a time for the families to gather, to get to know each other, and check it out. If you don't know who's in your family, please check it out here. And there are some icebreaker questions. Name section, where you're from, your role, what you study, how to make people win you over, what was your highlight from the summer? Yes. Yes. I'll put it back. But please, like, we're gonna shorten the Meet Your Family. It's gonna be a quick one. But yeah, get together, be back around 12:10, please. Yeah, and then just spread around wherever you want. Yes. What? I mean, no, it's too far. I think they can also go outside. Just if you don't want to stay in this room, go outside the room and then stay around there. Don't go to other rooms because it's too far.
and so on and so forth. Yes. The floor is yours. Why is this still showing? Yeah, all good. All right. You could.
Actually, maybe it's better with the mic. Thank you. Okay, so I will give you my board updates. This is everything that I have done since the last NA3 in Lausanne. So what you should know about what happened, first of all, since the NA3 in Lausanne, I actually have two positions. So now I am both the national president of ESN Switzerland, but I'm also the web regional training coordinator, which means I have tasks as president, but also tasks as web regional training coordinator. I will quickly go through what I've done as national president, not so much actually. I mean, I had a holiday a bit, I had 2 weeks holiday, so I did onboard the new national level of ESN Switzerland. So it was checking all the digital access of the members, co-organizing the transition weekend with Julian, Mary, and the team. And then we had introductory calls with every single team to check that everything was set. We're still missing one team, but it was done. Then we started the process of the expansion of ESN Switzerland that a lot of you are aware of. So I had a meeting with HESSO, one of our higher education institutes, to have possibly 1 or 2 more sections in ESN. Then I had a consultation with the local presidents already last year, and then another one this year during a call. I started working on a financial and contractual agreement with HESSO to have new sections, but also to have new sources of income in the sections on the western side of Switzerland. Then with the board and Sandrine, we prepared the budget proposal. I also attended and connected with a lot of our IRers, basically all of them in your schools, I would say. Then I attended the 2 days retreat with the Erasmus Plus working group around Bern to prepare the new strategy for our working group. I also attended a meeting with Swisscore to discuss strategy goals, and I prepared and attended the extra GA that we had online. That is for national president. Then I have also the other tasks. So as web RTC, I was onboarded as a support structure of ESN International. So both in the team and as support structure. I had weekly calls with the OC, who is also there in this room. Monthly meetings with all the countries of web. Assisted the RTC, the regional coordinator in quality assurance calls, a lot of calls basically. Then I prepared the content of web that a lot of you know about it. So I selected the content team, 16 facilitators. Then I analyzed the needs assessment, prepared session topics, prepared 1 session, additionally myself, and 2 NB tracks. And I coordinated the feedback of the session of all members, but also preparing survival guide, preparing content guide, etc., etc. About the calls, I want to die. So that's all of the calls. I will not go through all of them, but one thing that I think I should mention is that with my position as web RTC, I have a lot of calls, sometimes up to 4 to 5 calls a night when it's really crazy, but also calls with all of the countries of web, so the Netherlands, Ireland, UK, Belgium, Luxembourg, Liechtenstein, Germany. So you have all of this call, and one that I want to mention that I haven't mentioned so far is that I have one meeting with CHV, actually even 2, because I will be holding a presentation in their conference that they're holding on Tuesday. So I will be in Winterthur too for this conference. That is for the calls. And then my personal life, I said I took a few holidays. I also sent my resignation letter from my current internship. So I'm leaving Zurich as my job setting. I will start a new job in Lausanne in January. I also spent less time abroad, more time in Switzerland, more specifically in beautiful Wallis. And I might move back to Wallis by the next 10A. Maybe I will be already not in Bern anymore and might move in with my boyfriend. And I think that's my personal updates.
Do I have to be next though? Okay. And also, Arno works 90% with doing all this, so it's really, really remarkable. Okay, yes. So, board updates from network care and development team. And what I did since me and Julian's transition, that's my timeline, which is a tiny bit after the NA. Since August 2024 to NI1 to Geneva, what did I do? So I co-organized, as Arno already mentioned, the national level transition weekend. I was in charge of all the housing and everything, like the framework and everything. Also organized the community weekend Lutherbach with my team. Special thanks to Leonie for helping me with that. Here you see a picture when it was the Saturday. Really nice. It was a smaller one, but a really big success. So that was nice. I also attended many calls for the national board, network care and development team, president community, we had one. And between me and Arno, we also had a lot of interesting conversations. Also in live, actually, because we work very close to each other. We had some lunches together. It's also very nice. I opened many calls to many positions, and it's always like, oh my God, someone applies. So it's and also fun fact, I'm working as a recruiter, so I'm actually doing. Then I attended a work and held a workshop at ESN Zurich's team weekend, which was last weekend. It was really fun. I attended ESN Course 10-year anniversary, which was really great, amazing. I coordinated the organization of the NA1 a bit, and also I'm holding many sessions at it. That's what currently is happening, but the preparation started a long time ago. And the coordination of the network care and development team, my team, which is 6 people right now. So it's quite a hassle to coordinate this as well, but it's so fun. And on a personal level, as I said, I started my internship as a recruiter almost 4 years ago for Globe Garden. It is the biggest daycare company in Switzerland. So if you ever have a baby and you ever need a daycare, talk to me, or if you want to work in one. Work, and more work. Did I mention work? It really was a big change for me as a long-time bachelor student who needed 5 years for her bachelor to really go to a 44-hour week, although I have 1 day off, my ESN day. And I'm still cooking a national dish a week. I'm on country 67, so I've been doing it for more than a year. If you want to talk about it, if you want to see pictures, come to me. I will not stop talking about it. And I'm trying to do some sports and failing miserably at it. I told myself I will do 3 times a week sports. Yeah, well, if it comes to yeah. And I think that's it. If you have any questions, always come to me. And yes.
Hello, everyone. Is it working? Yeah, it is. Okay, so perfect. I can explain to you what I did since the NA in Lausanne. So it's not that much compared to the other ones, but yeah, let's go through it. Click. Oh, it's here. Oh, I don't have the clicker. Okay, so for ESN, first, there was the Extraordinary General Assembly this summer. So I had to do the consultation of the sections, prepare the documents, and then not attending because I didn't manage to enter the call, but I follow it in live. But yeah, still, I prepare everything for it. And then I attended two events, so the transition weekend and the committee weekend. I didn't have that many responsibilities there, only 1 session at the committee weekend where I did the introduction for the newbies. So it was quite relaxing compared to some other ones where I had a bit more responsibilities. And I also started a new ESN position as well. So now I'm also project leader for a team in NEC. So the spotlight team, so we spy on the sections and we elect the section of the month every month. So it's very nice to have this new as well. With Thibaut, we also check a bit with Spreebrek to do some cooperation again this year. So it didn't work that much compared to last year. I don't think there is many section registered, but yeah, it's still on. So yeah, it's gonna happen next month. So we are really looking forward for it. And then the big thing was the web. So there is all the web preparation. So it was like the promotion of the event, the spots distribution, and now preparing the delegation for the event that will happen next week. And also I have meet your colleague session to do there and so on. So it was a really the big thing for this summer, but now it's almost there. So almost behind me. So it's quite nice and way more relaxing than EGM. So it's quite nice. Talking about EGM, there was also the first step, so it's not that much yet. So everything is gonna arrive soon, hopefully. I'm gonna talk a bit more about it tomorrow. And yeah, also I have a new team. So there is Thibaut and Laura who joined the team and Ines that left. So it was the onboarding of the new team and also like trying to sort the things out, how to work with two positions instead of one. So quite nice as well. We are also with Laura preparing the CLR meeting that will happen in Lucerne next month. So a physical meeting for the LRs, and I had many calls as well. So yeah, I didn't list all of them like Arno, but I had a lot of calls for a lot of different topics. So yeah, most of the time I have 4 calls a week, but yeah, we have to live with that. And yeah, we had a little bit of the GA preparation, so it was not that much actually yet. It was mostly just do the promotion to the national level and doing the priority list and make people pay. But yeah, so now we have a nice delegation that is gonna go to the GA, including a local member. So Eline is gonna join us. It will be very nice. And yeah, for the NA, I did mostly the international guest selection process, and Thibaut helped me as well, like to prepare them for the NA. So it's quite nice. And in ESN invitation, I managed to give it to someone else this time. So now Laura from my team is taking care of it, and she's doing an amazing job. So I'm quite happy that I have this workload less. And about my personal life, there was not that much. So I traveled a lot during the summer. I went to Tomorrowland with David Simon, so the former education officer. I went also in Malta, where I got my computer stolen. So it was not very nice. It slowed me down for everything, like job hunting and for ESN as well. But yeah, I could get reimbursed, so at least it's quite nice. And yeah, I went to south of France for the wedding of my besties from exchange, and I stayed there a bit more. And yeah, I cut my hairs. As you can see, it's Laura that did it. And yeah, I'm still looking for a job, and I still have no idea where I will be by the next NA. So yeah, let's see. And yeah, that's it.
Okay, I know that I will pick up with this. Okay. Hello, I'm Isida, the Education and Youth Officer. So what happened since NA3 in Lausanne? So mainly was let's go by timeline. So from July it was a lot of transition period, also to understand a little bit the role because it's not so straightforward. So I have a team for now with Agrippine, as she is the liaison officer. So we with of course Arnaud that is in the education team, we did a preparation period and also split a little bit the which stakeholders we will are more focused on, and also our future projects. I took part to the web meetings and B calls. I participate to the AIE conference. I said correctly? Yeah, EIE. Yeah, all the nice word. Yeah. I went by my work because I work in the international relation office, but I was also with the other obvious in Switzerland. So I participate to some stakeholder calls. I also took part to the webinar of Movezia for the Learning by Going campaign. That was also from my work, but is related to ESN. And then I participate to the transition weekend. I think I help for cooking as always, if I want to mention, but yeah. And committee weekend 1. And I was in Brussels last weekend with Agrippine to the EduCom community. meeting, and Agrippina and Arnaud meet the Swiss core. That is one of our stakeholders. So I will summarize as these 2 months, like preparation and start to meeting the stakeholders. So what about my personal life? I started a job in the Aero office. I also started a theater course, really nice. So maybe you will see my acting skills one day if I learn something. And I traveled a lot for ESN and not. The last month, I would say, like I was not in Lugano for one even weekend. And yes, I'm surviving with a smile, hopefully, yes. Thank you.
Hi. So, you have seen me. I'm Daniel. Contrary to most, besides Mari, of the board, I joined the board, so the transition period is a bit maybe longer. So I'm here to talk to you what happened since the last NA, like the other ones. First of all, I will talk about the people in my team before me, because they have done more for the team than myself, I think, at the moment. John is actually leading and launching the LinkedIn project. So for those who haven't seen the messages, send messages to have a call. Tommy is in contact with presidents to create an assessment about environmental sustainability by sections. It's a very good opportunity for you to have input from him. So I just drop it here. Pay attention to what he's doing. He's doing it very good, very well. And Amélie, she's here, is taking over the position of cultural officer, the first cultural officer we have in ESN Switzerland, at least in this format. So she's setting everything up, and I'm sure it will be very nice. About myself now, I started my personal life, and you see that it's quite small at the moment because many things have been going on. My PhD has fully started now. So I'm preparing multiple experience for next year. I've just sent this week the ethicals committee application thing that people that do research with people know how harsh it is, but it's done. I'm free to do something else now. The academic year also started. For those who don't know, I teach. I'm a guest teacher, actually. And so everything started again, and all the work with it is there too. So many things now in September. And so I'm just trying to vibe with life, try to fit some friends in all that. But yeah, my personal life in September, like you see, my work is my personal life, so life. So actually, I've been to a wedding last week in Portugal. That's personal life, actually, my cousin. About the national board life. So like I said, a transition during the August, and in September, I went to the community meeting in Prague, to the training and activities community. I was actually the only one from the NB, but there was 5 other people from the board support. So it was really nice. We are very well represented in the community meetings. So I have many things to talk about to the next events about all we are doing with the team that is linked to training and activities. I participated to the community weekend in Lutherbach, and I did 2, like 1 session and 1 discussion / workshop, not very workshopy, about the implementation of ESN causes in our network and about onboarding. I had presents in not as many calls as Arno, but still some. The national board ones, the web ones, coming the training and activity ones.
And I'm forgetting also that I'm in contact with several project managers from other countries, and we are trying to think about something to do together. And we had the kickoff meeting of the team also quite recently, like last week. Arno and Tina were present too. So things are getting on track, but most of the work related to the position is coming in the next few months, namely because of this. Because I am very, like I've seen, very invested in the preparation of this NA. I hope you're liking until now. And yeah, so that was where my time went for the last few weeks. If you have any questions, just talk to me, send me a message. And thank you.
So now we are going to go with the questions out. So you still have the link in the Telegram group, if ever. Is anyone typing? Just to know if you have to, okay. Lauren, you can go.
Hi, this is Lauren Ellis, ESN UK. This is mainly for my own curiosity and probably others. In terms of being both national president and WEP regional coordinator, which I know from being on WEP OC has been pretty intense. How do you cope? How do I put this in a professional way? How do you do it? How do you organize yourself? Please let me know.
Does it work? Yeah, okay. Arno, ESN Switzerland, thank you a lot for the question. I think I have a very organized way of living my life. Basically, I start my day very early, and then I start working for ESN around 7 a.m. when I'm in the train before going to work. Then when I come back to work, when I come back from work, I work still because I have 2 hours of commuting every day. So this is what I do. Also, I try to delegate as much as I can. So everything that I know someone else is already doing in the team, then I don't do. But also, just to give an example, Educom meeting, I will not attend if I know that someone else is going because there's no added value of me being there. But otherwise, yeah, Secretary CP. It's a joke, of course.
Laura, Advisory Council, you implemented the new position of HR manager for the national board, and I would like to know a bit more in detail how this position is doing and if it's really supporting you as the board.
Yes, that's true. I didn't go into that. It's very true. We have Tina. She sadly left already. She's the HR manager as a board position. For those who don't know, her main task is to support the mental well-being of us and the whole national level. So she's having checkup calls with every national level member or regular checkups, which takes a lot of time. For me personally, it's really helpful. Of course, it's not something that is super displayed, her work, because it's a very confidential thing. But from what I've heard of other people, it's really helpful if we have internal issues, she's also always there as an open ear. And personally, she's really a very, like the role, but also her in the role is a very, very valuable addition to the national level. And it's also amazing that we have someone who is like taking all the birthdays, taking all the different, the dates and special events in our lives, and also is organizing 1-2 kind of like get-togethers, team events. So it's been going very good. However, it's still a fluctual role. So I think after one mandate, we can see how to more concretize it. Yes.
Yes. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
very quick reaction. There's also a chunk that we haven't mentioned about Tina's work. I don't know if she's there actually. No,
She left.
Okay. We are also trying to have her being more involved in the management of the team as well. So that's why she was present in our introductory calls, and that she was also being present, and we try to also make her more aware of the 3 strategy, and that she can also help us in monitoring the team. This is quite difficult, especially for someone that was not in the national level before. But we have this in addition to, of course, a task force again to maybe solve issues when we have it and to discuss this. Yeah, I don't know if that answers.
Did you want to say something? No. Okay, so there are no more questions. Is anyone interested in knowing more about the board? Now is your time. You still have 15 minutes, so just ask away. Yes. Hmm? Exactly. Spill the tea. Write down questions. Yes. Is there a reaction to what was said or a new question? Comment. Okay.
So I would really say, please use this time. It's very important that you understand what the national board is doing. So if there is anything unclear or anything that you would like to have more information on, really use this time. This is the one chance every 3-4 months that you actually have to get to know what the work is about.
Please write it down, but at least I know that at least one person is asking a question. Is it okay?
I'm also going to use the time. So if ever you're not interested in the national board position, but in the national board support positions, I think it's also the time to ask questions.
Okay, I didn't ask for these kind of questions, but you can answer if you want.
Arnaud, yes, in Switzerland. Well, it was kind of an accident, I guess. It was not planned, and then it happened, and now it's going really well. And it's really helpful actually to have this balance with ESN, because it's a person who really drives me away from ESN sometimes, and is like, oh, let's have some time together. You don't think about ESN for a bit, or can I do something to support you right now? You're feeling a bit stressed, or so actually this was a very good investment in my life, a really good upgrade actually. And no, but yeah. So it
You're
was very
talking in
pivotal.
investments now that you work at the bank.
I work
now.
at the bank.
Yeah. Frank, you're next.
Thank you, Frank, ESN FHNW. So as mentioned earlier as well, some critical board positions, communication manager and treasurer are still open even after multiple calls. Is there a backup plan in place if these aren't filled within a timely manner? So let's say 1st of November or 1st of December even?
Arnaud, yes, in Switzerland. Maybe I'm the best person to answer. So for what is about communication, actually, I have access to the account now, and some stuff that need to be done. For instance, yes, since pre-break, I was sharing in a group with the communication managers of other countries. Yeah. But we have prioritized, so we look at what's important to do. And finance, again, as we said, we have planned to distribute all the tasks among the entire board and board support if needed. But we have faith that we will have applicants because we trust you, the sections, we need you. And as we said several times before, if we don't have any more capacity, then it's very simple. We'll just cut some of the things that we will do for you because we will not work more than we can physically. Yeah. I don't know if that answers, but we have a plan set in place to redistribute the task if needed.
Thank you. All right, Matteo. Matteo is just.
Hi, Matteo from ESN Zurich. This is a question to everyone in the team. I was to get an insight in what your jobs are. I wanted to know what your favorite aspect is of your respective positions.
But short and sweet.
Axel, yes, and so on. So for me, I think it's really like that I'm in contact with so many people. So there is international level that I'm able to talk on a daily basis to many, many different people, but also like from the local level, as I'm dedication dealer for the leader for the different international events. I'm very often in contact with people from the local section as well, and I know quite well the people. So I think I really love to be able to meet so many different people every year as NR.
Daniel, ESN Switzerland. For me, it's how good of a team I have. My board supports are very, very good in what they are doing, in the topics they are linked to. And I have a lot of expectations for this year coming.
Mary is in Switzerland. Love that question. It's a good one. For me, I love being on site on the national events and to see all the fruits of the work that me, my team, and the other NL members put into it.
Sorry. Is the ESN Switzerland? I would say like because this role is really the core of what we do because it's about advocate for mobility. So I would say like the role itself in general, not specifically anything.
I'll know yes in Switzerland. What I like really about my position is how diverse it is. Like I really have to do really random tasks and I need to understand really the holistic aspect of the NO. So it's really, really interesting. But I really like actually external representation. It's something that I didn't apply for. Actually, I was the part that I was the least interested into. And now I love it. Like meeting the IRAs, so fun. Meeting the other people outside of Switzerland, so fun. And it's really, really nice to be able to be the face of our organization. I really enjoy it.
All right. So before moving with to Elena's questions, there are more. Okay. Okay. Oh, wow. Oh, sorry. So after Lauren's question, you're still typing. Okay. After Laura's question, I would like to close the speakers list. No? Okay. After Nelly's question, I'd like to close the speakers list. But now, given that we have a lot more questions coming at the very end, and we're starting to run out of time, please keep your questions concise and your answers too. Elena.
I go. Yes. For EasyDay, yes, you haven't mentioned that much about SWEC, like about like the entire team, because I think you have only one member for now. So what's going on with that? Like how we're gonna, what's gonna happen with the team? Because I think it's very important team, and also there's a lot of things going on with all the positions.
Yeah, thank you for the question. EasyDay, yes, in Switzerland. So we will open the call for the main chair and the liaison officer for the political domain that are, I will say maybe the liaison officer for political domain is the one that I would like to have more than but also the main chair. We are not going to open the other position because, for example, LinkedIn is taken from John and the team that is formed. So yes, we will open the call because I agree that we do need to have more people in this work team.
Yeah, so Egan first and then Elena again.
Thanks a lot. Ooh. Egan, ESN St. Gallen. Yeah, so very briefly, if I wanted to promote the position of treasurer to the members and especially in St. Gallen, which, you know, as I mentioned previously, what are the necessary qualities and so on for the job? What do you look for when you're looking for a treasurer?
A person
Just apply, yeah, that would
who's
be first.
breathing. No, Arno is in Switzerland. So to be a treasurer, of course, there are some requirements. You need to understand how accounting works a bit. You need to have some basics, but actually, I think you can learn on the go because a lot of people that have been treasurer in the past have no background in finance or not studying finance. Let's say it like this. So I think it's reachable by everyone that wants to learn, and through a transition you can get into it. So I would say the main quality is to want to learn about it and want to be actively doing the tasks. Yeah.
Okay. Elena, yes, in Geneva. So for it again, how useful do you think, I mean, how convenient is being part of the IRO now within your position in ESN?
I think it's really easy there, yes, in Switzerland. Thank you for the question. I think it's really helping me to understand a lot of areas of education as well. I also set a little bit of boundaries because I also said that to them that I'm part of ESN, so they are two splitting stuff. But I think it's really good for me because a lot of things are shared, like the EIA conference and the Movezia campaigns. So until now is enriching me a little bit the knowledge.
Thanks a lot, Laura.
Yes, so each of you, or like Mary and Arnaud together, you are in charge of a community. And I would like to know what you are expecting from the sections and the members who are in your community for the rest of the mandate on their involvement, on topics that you discussed, basically anything.
I mean, I was the leader of two communities now in my time in ESN, and I really have to say a community lives by its members. So I would say use the chats, use the opportunities that we give you, use the calls to meet each other. We're all not born treasurers, we're all not born presidents, but we learn how to do it by being with each other. And it's really, really the aim of the communities is that you get to know each other and that you share your experiences, that you help each other. So involve yourselves. That's what I would expect from you people, physically and online.
Well, for me it's more difficult because I'm not officially in charge of any community. I'm joining the president community because to share the education topic. But yes, I cannot really add more for now but I think everybody are doing great with their community, so that's good.
Same for me then is there. I'm part of the events manager community. This is quite a community that is very silent. So I would really engage you to participate in that, propose things, create that's the best place to create intersectional events. So really get into that, get into knowing each other, how others do. We do things very differently from one section to the other, and we have a lot to learn from the others. So and I know there are many event managers in this room and in the network, get into talking to each other there.
Yeah, so for me, as the LR representative is usually quite an active one. I think the one I would say is like that I hope that the members will have a lot of reactions during the year, because this year is quite important, and I really hope that they are gonna bring many opinions and many also like some problems that they think there is that we need to discuss about it. And also we need to think that there is a lot of consultations this year with the 3-year strategy in Switzerland, but also the 3-year strategy and 6-year strategy on the international level where we need to consult you. So I really hope that we are going to get a lot of feedbacks from the sections and the LRs.
And one more last broad comment, and it's something to apply for board position or board support position, but one thing that is very tiny and that help us a bit, and actually a lot, is just to answer our messages, because very often we send things and we have no answers from anyone, and you have no idea how annoying it is because we spend time to prepare a message, we spend time to engage you, and sometimes there's no answer. And the bare minimum, I would say, is just to react, because sometimes there's not even any reaction. It's literally one click. So with the hours that we spend on the work, I think it's the bare minimum is at least to react to our engagement in the groups. Yeah.
All right. Lauren, you're next. Just quickly, please keep your answers as short as possible. We have 3 more questions.
Okay. Hi, Lauren, ESN UK. This could be answered in many different ways, so I'm going to be very specific and ask Easy Day. It's something I struggle with myself in my NO as Education and Policy Officer. I feel like it's not very section facing. You did just say about the President's Community, but how do you make yourself like approachable to volunteers? And basically the question, how do you bridge the gap between your board position and volunteers on local level?
Easy Day, yes, in Switzerland. Thank you for the question. Actually, yes, it's something education is not so easy to tackle in the sense of sharing the importance also to the local volunteers. What we are doing with my team and with Arnaud, we will try to participate to all the national events and share through session, workshop, the importance of education in the president community to share any possibility and support for them. And we are preparing for some campaigns and projects, like for example, mobility in school. So what I can say now is like, I'll try to be supportive. We will try to be supportive and also to share as much in an efficient way all the education topics. That's what I would.
Also, as a reminder, there's a workshop tomorrow about collaboration with IROs, and
Yes,
this is
from Daniel,
a
yes.
typical education topic. Yes, Laura.
Laura, I see the next NA in probably March will be the elective one. So you don't need to say now if you're staying or not, but I would like to know how you're addressing this matter and how you're promoting your positions to find a successor.
By talking to people we see fit. That's my answer. That's how I would do it. Or maybe I wouldn't. You don't know. No. I don't know.
Well, I think it's connected to what I said before. So I'll try to share the importance of education. So through this, people will be also more interested because I think education is the core thing of ESN. So while you do something so important for the community, I hope that people will share this and also apply in case.
Let me have 1 full month in only doing that, and then I find the answer.
Yeah, for me, I think it will be mostly looking in my community. I think I know most of the people inside the local representative community, and I'm sure we'll find someone there.
I think as of now, we don't know the sections enough because we're still at the beginning of the year. So as Mary has said, we will probably approach people, but if you're not being approached, it's also doesn't mean that you're not the good fit. So that's again, one big message is that, yes, there's the position of treasurer, there's the position of president. You don't need to be a president or treasurer on the local level before. I was never president of anything before being president here. So that's also one message that I want to send to you is that anyone that is interested, I'm open to talk and so I can answer any questions if you're interested, but I think anyone has potential for these positions. So don't be scared to apply. Yeah.
Okay. Nelly, ESN Bulgaria / International. Okay. Thank you for the lovely updates. They were very, very comprehensive. My question is regarding your like the engagement and interest of the local level regarding the international matters. You know, this was a very expected question, as you might know. If you can specify more about the GA matters, that would be great. But overall, how would you evaluate the interest of the local level and engagement of it when it comes to international matters?
Yes. Axel, yes, in Switzerland. So I think it's really depends on the topics. Like as I'm taking care of the consultations and everything, I could receive at some topics where it was not. Yeah, so I said it really depends of the topics. Like for example, last year ESN cards price increase. Everyone had a lot of opinions about it. But for elections, it was always a bit more complicated to get some opinions because the local members don't know the people. But I think in general it works quite well. I found a little trick that worked quite well last year. Is during the consultation I asked the LRs to present some topics. So they get really informed about one topic and they present it to the other LRs during the consultations, and it helps a lot for them to engage as well. So I think we do quite great, but always with the elections, it's a bit difficult as we don't really know the people. I'm pretty happy about it.
All right. So this brings to an end the discussion about the board updates. Thanks a lot for all the questions and the answers. And now we can move to lunch. Before that, I just want to thank Elena for going around with the mic. So yeah, thanks for helping out.
OC announcement.
And OC announcement.
OC announcements about the lunch. You've had a message on the Telegram chats about the information. Benita is up there with Clem. They will be giving you the tickets to get your lunch. We will go together, so there is no much risk of losing us. But in any way, go with us. Afterwards, we gather the pasta boxes at the place, and I suggest that we eat outside on the other side of the building. There is like a park, so we can eat over there.